Okay. We're locking in right now. And we are live. Let's just make sure everything's good. Yep, we're live on State of Deception. We're going to be reacting today to a couple of videos. I'm going to have my intro song soon on the lives. But until then, we're just going to keep it nice and simple. So I'm going to be reacting to Charlie Kirk speaking about his experience visiting the UK. Now, I don't really like this guy. I don't really follow any of the kind of Zionist, like Republican shill kind of people. Not because they're wrong about a lot of the things they say, but I just find them kind of cringy. And I'm not a Zionist, obviously. So, yeah, we'll be reacting to this. And then after that, we'll be talking the medical mafia. There's a video I actually want to start watching. And I'll probably start watching it while I'm on live. So this could be something that I listen to while on live, only because it is not anything that you have to see on it, so you can just listen. So that means that we might be able to have guests up at the same time while we're listening. Let's see what the other scene would be like. Yeah, we could do it like that and have the sound input coming in, I guess. We don't really need the screen. Okay, so YouTube obviously isn't going to have as many viewers. Are still building up the platform, but I still want the content available, so we stream it live on YouTube, then we chop up the clips. So let's begin. And this is Charlie Kirk talking about his experience in the UK.
It has been quite a week. 20 hours of travel to London, Oxford, Cambridge, and back. I know you're all very disappointed I wasn't arrested, but I tried. I tried my best. I went on one of their biggest news programs, GB News. Yeah, right, GB News. And no. I said that is not compatible with Western values. And it went.
Presumably he was saying Islam. I didn't see him go on the platform, but yeah, I'm assuming that's what he was saying.
Very viral, and it was so funny. The production team afterwards at GB News was like, wow, you said that. I'm like, wow, you guys are so British. You should spend some time in America. Our Overton window has moved a lot. The UK is very important to talk about, not just because what's happening in the UK, but also the ramifications here is the UK culturally felt like America before Donald Trump went down the golden escalator.
Yeah, I don't know why he's relating it to Donald Trump. Like, the UK has been different from how America feels for a long time. I would argue that, yeah, the UK is something completely different altogether when you're talking about, well, what he's describing is like leftism, like becoming like pervasive throughout society. But yeah, I don't think that pre-Donald Trump USA was even anything close to what the UK is like.
They're in the abyss, but culturally, there is this kind of silent, are we allowed to say this? Are we allowed to challenge this? Are we allowed to talk about this? Are we allowed to question this? And Donald Trump will be in the history books for so many reasons. Okay. For isolating the Chinese Communist Party, for shining light on the southern border. But one thing I don't think he gets enough credit for, one thing that I think that gets forgotten in the story of Donald Trump, which, by the way, we are now coming up on a decade of Donald Trump. Next month will be 10 years since he went down the golden escalator. A decade.
And has he really accomplished like that much? Like, half the stuff he's tried to do has been blocked by the court. I don't know why these guys like see Trump as like this kind of big hero. I just read a post. In fact, let me read this post that I just read on my Facebook, because I thought this was crazy. It says, Trump has tapped Palantir to create a master database on every American. The New Republic, that's one of these big corporations. The Trump administration has sought access to detailed citizen data, including bank account numbers, student debt amounts, medical claims, and disability status from government databases. Palantir has secured over $113 million in federal contracts since Trump took office, with ongoing talks to expand its technology to the Social Security Administration and the IRS, according to 6 government officials and Palantir employees. Joyful, the great white hope, our savior Donald Trump has come along, and what's he doing? Wants to log every single American, and we've seen what he's doing, serving Israel and stuff like that. So yeah, I there was a time where I kind of looked at Trump like, yeah, Trump's good, and I still think he does some cool stuff now. But he's definitely not the savior, so-called savior that America needs. I guess he's better than Kamala Harris would have been. Let's go on.
Complete domination of the Western mind for 10 years. And it's fitting that I went to Oxford and Cambridge and spent time in London before that 10-year mark, because it feels so similar. Because once Donald Trump went down the golden escalator, he gave people permission to speak. He gave people permission to talk.
This is where we're at now. We're at a point where people even being able to talk is seen as a W. We can talk. Trump is our hero. Like, what? Is that where we're at? Shout out to the current viewers right now. We're going to be going live on TikTok as well. We've got a new TikTok topic, so stick around if you want to see the new topic. It's called Exposing the Medical Mafia. And we're going to have some debates on that topic. We might even be talking vaxes. We'll talk Lucy Letby, all kinds of stuff. So stick around, guys, and like, subscribe. Thank you for joining. Let's carry on.
President Trump said things like anchor babies. Remember President Donald Trump openly ran on a Muslim ban into the United States of America in December of 2015?
Which is totally unconstitutional, because obviously the Constitution says that you have freedom of religion. So this is what I'm saying about these people. They're hypocrites. And again, it's not because I'm left wing, it's not because I'm right wing. I just think a lot of these guys are hypocrites. So you're happy with going along with the Constitution when it suits you, but you're not happy when the Constitution says everyone born on United States soil is United States citizen. Even though, yes, I can understand that, the word jurisdiction is what the Trump administration is challenging, saying that you're not subject to the jurisdiction if you just hopped over the border. I get it, but it's still a very controversial move. There's a lot of case law that contradicts it. It's still a controversial move. You could argue that he's trying to reinterpret the Constitution, whatever. But how can you argue that his Muslim ban was not unconstitutional? Clearly unconstitutional. Like, freedom of religion is clear. There's no other way to interpret freedom of religion. So like, I feel like I'm being real when I say that. I can't see the chat. Is it a live chat? Oh yeah, we got. Okay, Prometheus is in the live chat. Prometheus says Trump is a result of America rejecting Harris and the Democrat policies. Yeah, but he's not that great. Like I say, he's like 6 out of 10, bro. Trump could be a way better guy. It's just that we're so demoralized. We're so caught up in different cultural war issues that Trump seems like the good option. But an actual freedom-loving person is not going to be like, yay, tariffs. Yay, we're just about allowed to speak. Yay, Palantir is doing a database of everyone in the United States. Yay, he tried to ban bum stocks. Yay, he's going against the Constitution, tried to do a Muslim ban. Like, if he did do that, yay, he calls himself the father of the vaccine. Like, this is not somebody, for me, this is not somebody who I would see as a hero. He's definitely, like, not that bad, and he's done a good job in some things. I like a lot of the stuff he does, but, like, come on.
He said rapists were coming over the border. You couldn't say that. They flipped out. He said that we're being invaded. He said that we're being replaced, and people were losing their mind. But the benefit of what Donald Trump did is he courageously moved that Overton window with force and courage. And people say he's nothing but just narcissistic, overly self-indulgent, but only someone who believes in himself as much as Donald Trump could have moved that Overton window, because the criticisms didn't get to him.
It didn't really move that much, by the way.
Now I'm going to double down on the fact that they're bringing rapists in this country, and I'm tripling down. He took the slings and the arrows for the rest of us, and he basically...
I mean, what percentage of illegal immigrants are actually rapists? Like, I don't think that... I get it. It's like a buzzword issue, but like, okay, is that a win that he said would bring rapists? Like, we get it. There were some of them that were rapists. The stories I've heard, it's like the Mexican police raping people. I've heard that firsthand from someone that they were a border hopper, and they said that the Mexican police raped one of the people that they were with. So yeah, I don't know, false narrative. I don't see how it's a win to point out the obvious, that some people who are illegal are rapists. Yeah, we get that, but the issue is, yes, the border needed to be secured 100%, and that was the good thing that he did. I don't know whether it helped in any way to characterize the people as racist. Maybe it helped to sensationalize the matter and get public support about it, but
basically created cover fire for millions of people like myself and you to then be able to talk. Because if Donald Trump is saying it and then the media is covering it, then other people get the courage to say the same thing. Then other people get the permission culturally to be able to ask the right questions. And then if he gets elected saying it, whoa. And then he goes into exile, and then he gets elected with a popular vote win and an electoral vote landslide. And we're in a place in this country where we can now say the things that otherwise people were terrified to say. We could dive deep into the correct issues. It was once verboten in America to even say that DEI and affirmative action might be choking productivity. It was verboten during Floydapalooza to say that we should not have disparate impact as the core legal theory. And Donald Trump changed all of that. And the UK feels as a country that deep down they want that. They want someone to give them permission, and no one is. And only somebody as popular, as courageous, only somebody as morally clear as President Donald Trump would be able to do that.
Well, he's not morally clear. He flip-flops on a lot of issues, as I've already given some examples. Again, for me, it was the vaccine. That the whole vaccine thing is what made me first stop. 100% supporting him. And another thing he said that's wrong is he made it seem like the people in the UK really want to rebel and they want some kind of leader. Not really. Majority of people in the UK want people's speech restricted. They don't want people to be able to say things that they think are racist. They generally don't like Trump. I'm just being honest. Like this is not what I think. I'm just saying the reality of what most people in the UK like. And I personally think that Labour are not as unpopular as people think. I just think that it might be a little bit taboo to support them now because, as you know, there is something of a populist movement in the United Kingdom, and they are gaining like more exposure. So and people, the kind of people that will vote Labour, they're not necessarily the most outspoken, brash, honest people. So I think there is a silent majority of people in the UK that kind of don't have an issue with what's going on, and they do support Labour. Well, not necessarily support Labour, but they will vote Labour in the next election. I don't see Conservatives making a return. So I think people would like to think, especially Americans, they would like to think that, oh yeah, secretly the UK, we want this uprising. But in reality, most people don't. Most people kind of like the status quo, and that's what scares me, and that's why I want to move out the country.
And I don't think he gets enough credit for that. He gets a lot of credit for his policy accomplishments. He gets a lot of credit for remaking the Republican Party. But in so many ways, he made America speak again. If you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this. When's the last time you checked on your home title? That's the legal proof that you own your house. If you're like me, the answer is never. Title on one, your home, even sell your property. You won't even .com, promo code Kirk. Okay. For 10 years, we have had more robust discussions about the downfall of America and its core reasons and its causes, and we take it for granted. I'm telling you, visiting that totalitarian that unfortunately the UK has become.
He said it's a totalitarian third W. Well, it's still majority white British, as I say. And as I always say as well, the issues in the UK, immigration is a symptom. The main issues are coming from the native population and the way that they think and the way that they vote. It's not immigrants in the UK that want people's speech censored. I can tell you that. It's native white British people, especially women, who want that kind of thing. If you got rid of all the immigrants in the UK, it would virtually be the same in terms of its politics. And I'm just being real. Maybe there'd be less people biting their tongue about race issues, but in terms of like economic issues, in terms of like how socialist it is, in terms of people wanting speech restricted, in terms of people not wanting weapons and not wanting freedom of speech, in terms of LGBT support, in terms of people wanting the NHS and big daddy government, that would not change if you got rid of all the immigrants in the UK. Just being real.
And it's tragic. I don't say that with glib. I don't say that with delight. It is sad. Britain is why we exist. It's like going back to the life force, and it's chilling and it's depressing. Let's play cut 318. This clip has been seen tens of millions of times. Play cut 318.
Have you heard of a lady called Lucy Connolly since you've been here?
Of course, I talked about her yesterday, and no one knew what I was talking about in Cambridge.
Who are you talking about? The students didn't know.
I mentioned her because I did the research. My team did an amazing job, and I think she just had her petition denied
in
today.
In the last hour or so today, it's Tuesday today, she's had her appeal denied, so she's going to be carrying out her 2.5-year sentence for a solitary tweet.
So outrageous.
Which she deleted 4 hours later. What's your take on the whole situation?
Well, I'm going to try to get the U.S. State Department involved. I don't know if what their bandwidth is here, but I'm sorry, again, I'm speaking as a citizen, not as a U.S. government. I just want to be very clear. Is this a way that a liberal democracy and an ally of the United States acts? Just to be clear, what she said would not be any prison time in America. I don't like what she said, but she showed contrition. Well, there's 2 parts. The first part where she said, I don't want immigrants in my country. Perfectly acceptable. That's fine. You'd say that. You're allowed to have that.
So
You're actually not. Well, you're allowed to say that, but depending on how you say it. So her saying she doesn't want immigrants in the country, if that could be seen to be disparaging someone, subjecting someone to detriment, the context would matter. If it could be seen that someone was distressed by what she said, and if it was attached to or perceived as racial hatred, then saying that under the Public Order Act could be considered an offence. I'm not saying that it should be. Of course, most of you guys that watch any of the videos I put up, you will know that I don't believe that. But just saying that alone technically could be a crime. I don't want immigrants in my country. It could be a crime. But yeah, the main issue with the Lucy Connolly case, as I've said multiple times, is that people's understanding of the English language is so bad that they genuinely think that somebody saying, I don't care if something happens, is a crime. Because for all I care means I don't care if X clause happens.
That is a separate issue that I will talk about, where in the UK, 30 people a day are arrested for offensive social media posts in the UK. 30 people a day. This woman is going to serve 2.5 years in prison for an offensive social media post that she deleted and apologized for. Yep. They invented free speech, sent it back to our country. There's so much wrong with that country, and it is not worthy of making fun of. I mean, you can have some laughs and some comedy, but it is depressing. It is dark. And I came back literally kissing the ground when I came back from London yesterday, because there's a lot of problems with America. But let me give you 2 things that I think we should be thankful for that we don't notice. Of course, freedom of speech, number 1. And then number 2, the spirit of America. When we have a problem, we believe we can solve it. There is this entrepreneurialism. There is this grit. There is this pioneer spirit. And in Britain, they are defeated at the soul.
100%. And like I said, I've been through issues with the UK. Like everybody knows, and it just killed my daughter and covered it up. And they're trying to arrest me and put me in prison even now. So what Lucy's going through and what other people have gone through. Look at what Lucy Letby's going through in front of the whole population. Nobody's doing anything. Like, look at what Tommy Robinson's going through. Like, this country is fucked. Like, it's fucked on a level that's deeper than just it being a popular social media conversation. It's fucked on like a level of like, we need help. Like, I genuinely want the USA to intervene. I would love if government officials got involved in my daughter's case, because my daughter's case, I believe, is one of the worst cases in history of anything. Like killing someone's child, covering it up, trying to frame me, trying to have my kids taken by social services for exposing negligence on a hospital ward in the NHS. And even to this day, all of the people that were involved in this, they've got away with it. They've been promoted, they've been protected by the establishment, and they've been allowed to continue abusing me and have me arrested for trying to expose it. Criminal, absolutely criminal. And if anyone wants to look that up, my daughter's name is Adora Maduako, Adaora, and then surname is Maduako. But yeah, the UK's fucked. It's fallen. Let's get to the next video.
And to the Lamb be praise and honor and glory.
A group called the King's Army marched near Buckingham Palace recently, proclaiming,
Who is the King of Kings? Jesus!
Founder Scott McNamara says they literally felt a change in the atmosphere.
We heard this like shock wave. It was like someone described it like a crack in the spirit. And after that, we did this like march outside Buckingham Palace and a couple of other things. And it's been incredible. Every day we're getting people enlisting to be part of King's Army, like in 20 to 30 enlistees per week at the height of this momentum. Just people reaching out from all over England saying, I want to be part of this movement.
Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. After ministering in the streets of London for 10 years, evangelist Stephen Johnson tells CBN News he's never seen people more willing to hear the gospel.
We've actually started an outreach initiative in my home area of London. And the first time we did it, a couple of people just walked into the church afterwards, just wanting.
So the interesting thing about this, I didn't know what this video was about. It says UK is experiencing a remarkable spiritual shift. Well, I'm not religious. If anybody knows me, they'll know that I'm not religious. But the Church of England is not real Christianity. And I don't know, and I've never met anyone in the UK that practices what I would consider to be real Christianity. It's a very watered down version of Christianity. So I guess the whole point of what they're saying is that the spiritual shift is that, you know, there's been this longing for something because of the state of the UK, and people are turning to religion to solve that, which is understandable. I don't think religion is going to solve any of the issues in the UK, but let's see what these guys think.
I mean, to talk. That doesn't really happen in England. We've just seen this kind of thing happen again and again, and something has shifted in people's hearts.
A major difference is that even the younger generation is responding.
It's quite normal to be mocked and ridiculed and heckled. Now we're seeing young people actually come to us for conversations in the street and actually wanting serious conversations. And something has radically changed in people's hearts.
Johnson says people are searching for answers to the world's problems, and what used to be hard is now easy.
If you can turn up on the streets with a bunch of flyers, stop someone and says, what do you know about Jesus? Or are you interested in spiritual things? Just start a conversation. It is not difficult. And for England, of all places, that's a remarkable shift.
This is a picture of Jesus knocking on the door of your heart. The handle's on the inside, which means only you can let him in.
McNamara.
You know what? I'm not even going to talk too deep on religion, because I think at the end of the day, everyone has their own beliefs, and you know, these guys aren't hurting anyone really, but I just don't see religion as a solution. And I used to be a Christian, but I'm no longer Christian. Ever since my daughter was killed and it got covered up, like that's when I became divorced from the religion. Should we watch this Talk TV?
Let's speak with Richard Tice.
11 minutes. Let's see what else we've got. Tommy Robinson charged again. Okay, we'll get to some of this content later, but for now, I want to move on to this video, which I've really been waiting to start watching. It's called The Black Magic Behind the Medical Mafia. So this is not UK focused content, but I love talking about the medical mafia, and we're going to go live right now on TikTok, so we can see if we can get some guests up and we'll do some debates. So hello everybody, we're streaming live on TikTok. It's just notifying viewers. So I think it's Prometheus watching. What's up, bro? So this next video is called the Black Magic Behind the Medical Mafia. Now it might not be necessarily stuff that I agree with that they're saying, but because I've never watched the video, but I think it'll be very interesting to hear about. Now if I play this aloud, actually, can I even play it aloud? I think what we'll do is we'll keep the live debates up, and then we'll play it later, but this is the same topic of discussion, so we'll do the live debates on the same topic, and then afterwards, if we still got YouTube viewers, we'll probably build up YouTube viewers from doing the TikTok live, and then we'll watch that video after. So sorry, false alarm, we'll watch this video after the Medical Mafia video. In fact, now that I think about it, maybe I should start doing the TikTok live before I do the reaction video, because then we might be able to transition some guests onto the reaction video. Hello everyone on TikTok. What's up, Siam? What's up, Pip Squack? What's up, Paparino? What's up, Elizabeth? Thank you for joining the live. Guys, like the live. It helps boost us in the algorithm. We're talking the medical mafia today, and I got some stories, and I know a lot of people that I know got some stories, and they might want to come on and share them. And after this video, we're going to have a reaction video to well, let's play the beginning of it for the people watching on YouTube.
In that way for centuries.
Hold up.
Okay, everybody, welcome to this discussion.
Thank you,
the
Private
black
Me.
magic behind the medical mafia. Seeing that all of modern science is an outgrowth of Judeo-Masonic royal society shenanigans and has been that way for centuries.
Yeah.
And seeing how modern medicine,
guys, watch on YouTube
had
if you are
displayed
interested.
itself in all of its full evil glory during the COVID fiasco.
Yeah, that's just a little sneak peek preview for the YouTube watchers. Guys, if you want to watch us on YouTube, it's YouTube youtube.com/ I think at State of Deception. So yeah, the YouTube channel is called State of Deception. Thank you for liking the live. Private me. Obviously this is a different topic. We'll see how we go with it. Tap the screen to like the live, guys. We got 259 likes and we're still boosting in the algorithm. What's up, Veroni? Thank you for joining the live. The chat should come up momentarily for the YouTube viewers. And we are also taking guests and taking debates. You guys can come up to share any of your stories that you got. Dealing with the NHS, the medical mafia, vaccines. We're talking Lucy Letby as well. The Moon says, am I a Republican? I'll answer that in just a second. Let me shut the door because this is my pet peeve. One sec. Am I a Republican? No, I'm not a Republican. Yeah, so I'm not a Republican, and I actually am from the UK, so I don't know if you can be a Republican if you're in the UK. Homegrown says photos, don't appreciate it, bro. So yeah, I'm from Britain. Are you a Republican? Like, why did you want to know if I'm a Republican? Okay, we got the live just warming up right now. So we did a few reaction videos, guys. If you want to see the reaction videos that we just did so far, you can head on over to YouTube at State of Deception, and you'll be able to see the videos we just reacted to. You can actually go on the live and just rewind back on the live. Okay, someone said, I think you're amazing, was listening to you in Dr. Joe Box. Fair play. What's Dr. Joe Box? Thank you for saying I'm amazing. I appreciate that. Like the live and share with your friends. We're boosting and we're building our platform up, you know, brick by brick. You know, right now I'm gonna be transparent. We got literally 1 viewer on YouTube live. The most we've had is like 6 at the same time, but every time we go live we're building the platform, and I really think that I'm gonna have one of the biggest platforms on here eventually, because I feel like I'm one of the only people that actually talks about shit that matters, talks sense. I feel like I'm logical, I'm lucid, and we do debates. And like, you know, if you guys want a platform like that we're going to be able to use as people to combat the medical mafia, to talk sense, to promote free speech, you can use this. Let's just make it a base. Let's just share information, you know, keep it going. Copacabana, what's up? Martina said that vax left my sister in ICU on a ventilator. There you go. That's the pipeline. They injure you, and then when you get injured and you're suffering the medical effects of being injured by them, then they medicate you and they tell you that they need to medicate you because you have some I don't know what the right word is. You have some ephemeral condition. And it just came iatrogenically. It just came out of nowhere, guys. Did you know that when you get sick, it just comes out of nowhere? This is what these people want us to believe. And it's so insane that this is the status quo, that when you get sick, you're supposed to believe it just happened. And whenever you say it's them, then all of a sudden you're a bad guy or you're a conspiracy theorist. And these people are charlatans. Like I was debating someone on TikTok live the other day. He was like, Doctor. Did anyone see that debate? Like Doctor something, the white guy with like curly hair, and he was talking about vaccines. I completely destroyed him in the debate, and then he just kicked me off the live. Is that? Oh yeah, Dr. Joe. Okay, that's the guy you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Did you? I completely destroyed him, didn't I? Like, he couldn't even answer. Like, what I was saying to him, for anyone that wasn't watching, is he was like, oh yeah, that vaccines, it makes sense to get them. And I was like, okay, in science, you take the
such that even the dumbest among us couldn't.
Sorry, one sec. I was saying, yeah, in science, you take the null hypothesis. So there should be a reason for you to take a substance that can potentially harm you, because we established that it has aluminium. And I was like, yeah, if you're going to take a substance that can potentially harm you, then you take the null hypothesis, and they should have to prove to you why you should have to take this substance. And he's like, oh, do you know how much aluminium it has? And I'm like, dude, it's going through your bloodstream and it can cross the blood-brain barrier. That's different from consuming aluminium. And he's like, oh, but how much is it? This is a doctor, and he doesn't know the difference between something being injected into your bloodstream and something going through your gut. And I'm like, wow. Then I start saying to him, okay, let's pull it back to first principles. If you can't prove why I should take a substance, then let's go from where he said, no, what he said was that because of the pathway, we have a pathway of how the vaccine works. That's justification for why you should take it, even if there's nothing to exactly prove to refute the null hypothesis that you shouldn't take it. So I'm like, cool, let's go back to first principles. I'm like, prove that the condition that you're talking about is actually caused by the thing. He's like, oh, you don't believe virus is real. Oh, no. It's not about whether I believe virus is real. It's about, you're talking about a vaccine. Prove that the condition that you're saying the vaccine cures is caused by the thing that you're saying it is. Otherwise, why are we talking about a cure if we don't know what the cause is? Like, imagine, right? Let's say, for instance, somebody gets stabbed. Someone gets stabbed, right? And then you're like, oh, take this medicine. And it's like, well, do you know what caused the injury? Thanks for the boxing gloves, Copacabana. Do you know what caused the injury? Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter what caused the injury. And, we think it's this. Just take the medicine. No. Why don't you assess what caused the condition first? Then and then once you've done the diagnostic process, then you administer care, no? Isn't that how science works? Isn't that how medicine is supposed to work? So it matters, in that discussion that we were having, it matters whether he can actually prove for each condition that he's talking about what the cause is. And I was going to get him on that, but then he kicked me off the live, because if you go to any of these isolations for any of these conditions, for any of the things that these viruses that they say cause these conditions, when you go to the studies that describe the isolation is an unscientific process. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't biological toxins or what people would describe as viruses that can make people sick. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. What it means is that there's no proof that that is necessarily the cause of your illness. And I identified this firsthand when I was on the neonatal ward, when my kids were on the neonatal ward, because I would find that what they would do is, every time my daughter experienced a deterioration in condition, whether she needed increased oxygen or whether, she was bringing up mucus or, myriad things, whether she was coughing or she was distended, so like was bloated. Every time something went wrong, what they would do is they would go, oh, we need to do a septic screen. And I'm like, what? And I would say to them like, but what assessment have you done for other causes of what's wrong? And they're like, oh, you don't want them to have antibiotics. And I'm like, it's not about that I don't want them to have antibiotics. Antibiotics are objectively bad for you. Hear me out. They are bad for you. Even the medical experts know that they're bad for you. But what they say is that it's justified for you to take them because they're trying to get rid of some, bacterial or viral infection. Cool, that's fine. I'm not against antibiotics. But they are bad for you if you take them when you're not supposed to. So these guys, every time something goes wrong, they're like, oh, we need to do a septic screen. And I'm like, but there are other things that cause inflammation, congestion, distended abdomen, increased oxygen requirement, such as medical negligence, faulty equipment, such as you not performing the readings wrong, such as negligent staff, such as failed handovers about what the oxygen level is supposed to be, such as in the case of Nottingham University Hospitals Trust, their guidelines for that hospital are out of line with the national guidelines. So what they were doing is they were turning off the upper limit for oxygen administration. So the baby's going up and up and up, and she'll be at like 100 oxygen all day, and then they're writing down like, oh, baby had high oxygen requirement today. But she's not meant to be at 100. She's only at 100 because you guys have taken off the upper limit of the oxygen, which goes against the national guidelines for oxygen administration. So then you're writing down like, baby needed loads of oxygen today. Well, if you were targeting 94, which is what you're supposed to target, would it look like she needs loads of oxygen? No. You only think she needs loads of oxygen because you've got no upper limit. She's at 100 all day. How do you know how much she needs if you're targeting 100? Like, what the hell? So they never consider other causes of the condition. They just go, oh, septic screen. And then what happens is when they do this is the worst part. When they do the septic screen, there's two legs of it. They screen for bacteria, a bacterial cause, then they screen for a viral cause. In other words, it's like a binary. If we don't know what's wrong, they're like, it's either a bacteria or it's a virus. That's how they consider things. And I've literally spoken to the doctor about this, and I'm like, because there was a time they left my daughter next to a cold window. Thanks for the gift, Tasha. They left my daughter next to a cold window. And I'm like, she's congested because she's next to a cold window. And they're like, no, being next to a cold window wouldn't make you congested. It's either viral or bacterial. And I'm like, I wish I could slap. How can you tell me that being next to a cold window wouldn't make you congested? They're like, no, it doesn't make you congested. And this is a doctor. These charlatans, like I say, these charlatans, right? And I'm like, so these people genuinely believe that if you went to Antarctica and you became congested, that it must be caused by a virus. In that instance, they would believe it would be caused by a coronavirus, right? Like a cold virus. So I'm like, you're telling me that the cold air doesn't make someone congested? Like, really? And the reason they do this is because it's decades and decades of practice. And the practice, people don't know this. Thank you for the gifts. People don't know that the practice of a hospital is not designed by clinical staff. It's actually designed by the lawyers. Why? Because remember, go back to the first principles. The underlying mechanism or the underlying justification for any of their policies is the one sec. Syrian says the cold air doesn't cause congestion. If you're used to a warm environment and you go into a cold environment, then you can become congested. Stay with me, bro. Stay with me. So the policies, made by a hospital are set by the lawyers. Why? Because the lawyers are ensuring that they're in line with the national guidelines. They don't do in the hospital, they don't do the tests, the studies to determine what the policies are. What they do is ensure that the policies are in line with NHS guidelines, national guidelines. If it's to do with oxygen administration, it'll be British Thoracic Society guidelines. Their job when they set hospital policy, we got 76 people viewing. Thank you for the guys viewing. Request to join if you want to debate. Their motivation when they make the policies is to align the guidelines with the overarching guidelines. So what that means is that their goal is to make sure that they're not going to be doing anything that's illegal, as in not in line with their statutory guidelines. So that means that their focus when they're making these guidelines is to protect who? Themselves. Because they're trying to protect themselves from not being outside of the guidelines, right? Because their motivation is to protect themselves, they inherently are going to make the guidelines in a way that's biased, right? Because what they don't want is that for their diagnostic process or their clinical process to constantly cause issues for them. They don't want it to constantly be, every time we do something, we're out of guidelines. So they make it so that the process that they follow is a process whereby any issue that goes wrong is the patient, is the parent, is something other than their guidelines, because they don't want to get sued. So at the end of the day, it's not even scientific how they administer the clinical care, because it's designed so that anytime something goes wrong, they never consider, maybe it was us that caused it. And I'm just keeping it real. And people don't talk about this because one of the most taboo topics in society is talking about major narratives pushed by the medical industry. Things like viruses, things like antibiotics. It's one of the most taboo topics in society, let alone, COVID. And people talk more about COVID, but it's still a taboo. We got someone requesting, what's up, Tartar Russ? And we got 3 people viewing on YouTube as well. What's up, Tartar Russ? Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me just sort it out so that the viewers can hear you. Just give me a sec, bro. On the YouTube stream. Hold on. We're just lining it up now. Just a moment. Yeah, we're connected. Just talk a second, bro. Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you talking?
Yeah, now I am.
Can you guys hear him? Because I can't hear him. Hold on. Hello, bro.
Can you hear me?
Damn, I'm having some issues hearing you. 1 sec. Oh, you guys can hear him, so it's definitely me. Hold on. Hello? Say something again.
Yo.
Oh, now I can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I like to listen to retired doctors, and you can find plenty of their videos on YouTube, and even they will come out with these crazy stories. Like, some doctors even, they get so into the trade, they collect items from their patients. It's sickening, dude. Just because you have a position doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
Yeah. So do you have any like other like experiences dealing with I'd say like the medical industry that makes you like feel this way?
I mean, dentist playing hockey the whole time. They were pushing me my whole life to get a wisdom teeth them yanked out, and I told them, I was like, my teeth are straight. I've never been offered braces, and now suddenly I need wisdom teeth yanked out. And so I told them no, and yeah, they grew in fine. It's just a lot of things, dude. And when I got one of my tooth replaced, that I got into a fight on when I was playing hockey, I got one of them replaced, and it wasn't broken or nothing, and I kind of wanted to keep it as like a keepsake. And yeah, this dentist kept my tooth as her little trophy. It's like, what the frick is wrong with these people, dude?
I think that there's something about how like you went to like, did you do higher education, like college, university, anything like that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, did you know how it's kind of traumatizing how you have to keep listening to someone tell you what to do and study and listen to someone tell you what to do? It's like it's a form of trauma, and these guys have that for like 20 years longer than us. So I think that there's something about that process that it just makes them want to exert power and control over other people, because they have like 20, 30 years of people just constantly telling them what to do, constantly forcing them to conform to what everybody else believes. There's so much testing. It's like no one gets schooled as much as a doctor. They're the most, and Kaczynski talks about this and he describes it as over-socialization, where a person, it goes basically overboard on having to conform to the norms of a society or the norms of a creed, and that's what they have. They spend so long having to conform that it's almost like a release when they're finally able to exert power over other people.
That is a scary thing to even think about, and maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah, school is traumatizing to the human creature, the human animal, because we're supposed to be free. We're not supposed to have someone like strictly telling us what to do and how to think about every single thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, everyone has a... I'm out of here.
We got another guest waiting, so I'm just going to drop you down. Our live numbers are, we took a little bit of a knock, but we still got guests requesting, so we'll see what people are saying. Can everyone hear me on YouTube? I hope I'm not having an echo or anything like that. Oh, the guest dropped off. Okay, so I've noticed on TikTok Live, the numbers can be a bit iffy depending on the topic that we're talking about. I think the algorithm is just designed to, restrict certain conversations, but that's okay though, because at the end of the day, we can do this one and then maybe we can just shift on to another topic and do the America Live. But every time I do a topic other than the America Live, we see what happens with the numbers, and it's just crazy, man. It's just it's sad, because I really wish we could have like real conversations with a decent amount of viewers, but the algorithm just doesn't want people talking about stuff like this. It just wants people talking about complete nonsense. And I don't know, like, I wish somebody, someone who works at TikTok, like, just tell me, like, what do I have to do to get a real conversation going? Like, we're trying to transition everyone over to YouTube, guys. Watch on YouTube as well. The YouTube channel is at State of Deception. And I could talk at length about my experiences with these guys. I remember once I went with my girl. We were at the hospital for a prenatal scan when my girl just figured out she was pregnant. And I'm like going into the room with her. She's like, oh, she wants me to come in with her for the appointment. And the doctor's like, no, you're not allowed to come in. And I'm like, I'm asking my girl, like, do you want me to come? She's like, yeah. So I'm like, I'm saying to the guy, like, why can't I not come in? He's like, I want to speak to her alone without you here. I'm like, bro, like, you work for us. I wasn't saying this, obviously, I was just calm. But in my head, I was thinking, like, don't you work for us? Like, who are you to tell her she can't have an advocate in the appointment if she wants to? And I remember he literally looked at me and he said, you're going to have a hard life. That's what he said. And I actually reported that guy. This was ages ago. I actually reported the guy. And at that time, he actually got reprimanded because they said, yeah, that the way that he behaved was wrong and inappropriate, etc. But it's crazy because, I never got the subject access about what he wrote about the event. And I'm sure he would have fabricated what happened. But it's just crazy because, like, that's the attitude that I've always felt from them, that they feel this need to exert power over you. And if you don't want to submit to them and conform to what they want, then it's an indictment of you as a person. It means that you're bad because you don't want to do what they want you to do. And I think they're the people they probably have the most control out of anyone in society, like more than police, more than maybe judges have more control. But like, why should somebody who's supposed to work for us be telling us what to do? Like, you work for us, bro. Siham says, who did I report to? Oh, I think I just reported it to the trust at that time, whatever the trust is. To be fair, back then, I never had issues like that with the medical industry, but I had that one bad experience. And when I did the report, it worked out in my favor. I can't even remember what trust that would have been, actually. That would have been, I think it was a Leicester hospital. ASC says, bro, why are you always exposing stuff? Why do you put stuff like Free Lucy Letby? Oh, because Lucy Letby has been framed by the medical mafia. So that all ties into the kind of stuff that I talk about, because it's just a perfect example of the public not being aware that somebody's being abused by the medical establishment. And this stuff happens all the time. It's just that you're not aware of it, bro. It's not that I'm saying anything crazy. It just sounds crazy to someone that doesn't know what's going on. She was a killer. You say she's a killer. I mean, if somebody gets convicted, does that mean that necessarily that it's a strong conviction? Because obviously that conviction is not strong, and she's clearly been framed. But you don't know. You see, one thing we both know is that you don't know what you're talking about. You've not looked into the case. I have looked into the case, and just because a jury of 12 finds somebody guilty doesn't mean that they are. There's something called a wrongful conviction, or someone being wrongfully convicted. Who am I to say she's innocent? Everybody knows she's innocent. You just don't know because you haven't looked into it. So it's ignorance. Like, if you haven't looked into something and you still have a strong opinion about it, that's ignorance, man. Don't be ignorant. Because I have looked into it. Everybody that knows what they're talking about knows that she's innocent. It's just a matter of time. I mean, hopefully her case, she's exonerated at some point. But there's many people in prison in this world, bro, who've been wrongfully convicted, and people know that she's been wrongfully convicted. Like, let me ask you this: if your brother, sister, friend was wrongfully convicted by a jury, would you then say that nobody should say that they were wrongfully convicted? Of course, you would be the first one out there saying, my brother was wrongfully convicted, he didn't do it. And imagine if people responded to you saying, well, she must have done it because she was convicted by a jury. Juries ain't that smart. ASC says they wouldn't be wrongfully convicted. So no wrongful convictions ever happened, according to you. That's an interesting theory. Very interesting theory. So guys, we're taking requesters. Let's just ignore this guy because he doesn't know what he's on about. And I'm tired of sharing knowledge and information with people that they don't do any due diligence. They're sitting here arguing with me and they've not even looked into what they're talking about. How does this happen? Like, how do we get to a point in society where we have so many people that are willing to argue about something that they don't even know about? Like, I guarantee you, if this guy requests to come up and debate me, it will become obvious that he has no idea what he's talking about. No idea. That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to be, to be so, wait one second, wait, 15 minutes. Yeah, it's embarrassing to be so certain of something that you've never looked into. I'm just saying, wait, 15. Not all the time. I worked in prisons and courts for 20 years. It's pretty rare. How would you know? I mean, it's not rare at all. It's not rare at all. How would you know? Like, you wouldn't know if someone's been wrongfully convicted. Just because you work in a prison doesn't mean that you would be able to tell what percentage of people have been wrongfully convicted. I mean, even the system itself admits, I think that 5 to 7% of people are wrongfully convicted. So it happens all the time. It's probably higher than that, but it happens all the time. There's a lot of people, even joint enterprise is controversial. A lot of people in the UK were convicted on joint enterprise. Extremely controversial convictions whereby you can be present when somebody commits a crime and then you get done on joint enterprise as opposed to conspiracy to commit, where you would have had to take an action in furtherance. It's weird. Like, they wouldn't convict a grandma of joint enterprise. There was a certain demographic being targeted with that. So wrongful convictions happen all the time. I'm going to invite you up. Oh, sorry, Homegrown. I didn't mean to invite you. Don't come up because I'm wanting to debate this person. Bro. What's up?
What you saying, man? All right, listen, I genuinely just want to have a serious conversation, innit?
All right, cool.
So why do you think that Lucy Letby was wrongfully convicted?
because there's no evidence that any murders were actually committed, and you can't be convicted of murder if there's no evidence of murder. All of the expert witnesses, their claims have been debunked. The method that they're saying was used to unalive the children has been debunked. There was no insulin, there was no air embolism. So if there's no cause of death that can be presented to a jury reliably, there's no reliable medical experts that can speak on it. From the case that did testify, and there's no evidence that any of them were actually M'd. So how can someone be in prison for M?
I hear what you're saying, yeah, but when you say debunked and that, and when you're trying to say, oh, these things were debunked, bro, like, you don't know how much evidence stands behind, yeah, it's been debunked, but it's been debunked by people who are on Facebook all day, on TikTok all day, just chatting shit, you know what I mean?
It's been debunked by, I've clearly debunked it because I know what I'm talking about, and then I've also spoken to the head person who's actually campaigning for Lucy Letby, and he had 2 other neonatal nurses exonerated, and he's a professor and he's a statistician, a retired statistician. He was a statistician for his whole career. He's had 2 nurses freed using his testimony, and he's one of the main campaigners for the Lucy Letby case, and he's saying that she's not guilty, and that's the person who's debunked the statistical evidence in the case.
So where do you suggest all the evidence came from in the case that was given to the jury when they convicted her? Where do you think all that come from?
It came from the NHS Trust, because many of the NHS trusts have been infiltrated by criminal mafias, and they do stuff like this all the time to cover up medical negligence.
I hear what you're saying, bro, but to me it just sounds like don't take this in the wrong way at all, yeah. But what I mean is, obviously, you see what happened in your experience, yeah, with the NHS and with the UK medical system. It might just be like one of the things where you're very like into this kind of thing, and that's what you believe, if that makes sense.
No, I'm telling you what happened. You just don't want to believe it because you're stuck with your opinion. You just don't want to believe it. It's not that it's not plausible. You just don't want to believe it. And this is the reason why. Hold on. This is the reason why stuff like what happened to me happens, is because people like yourself make up the public, and you don't know what's going on. And when people try and tell you what's going on, you don't want to believe it.
Well, what it is to me, bro, it's more the fact that the UK justice system literally said that she did do this. Do you know what I'm saying? There was evidence to suggest that she did it in the courts that was shown to suggest she did it. And just because you're sitting online saying that she didn't do it doesn't prove that she's innocent.
I already explained all the things that prove that
anyone
she's
else
innocent.
as well, bro. Anyone else, like all the other people who might be saying she's innocent and stuff, like everyone else, these are all people who probably, like, I don't know about your background or your experience, but there's other people who probably don't even know anything about this, just saying, yeah, she's innocent, she's innocent. You know what I mean?
Okay, but they're probably saying it because she is innocent.
Well, partly, mate, possibly.
Why,
I don't know.
Why are you so convinced that she did do it? Just because she's been convicted?
Just because I'm not the only. I wouldn't say I'm convinced that she did it. I just think that she shouldn't. I think what you've put on here basically is just for attention, for one, and for two, I think that which is nothing wrong with wanting attention. That's fine. But what I'm trying to say is, I think she did it because it's such a mad crime to kind of be like, you know what I mean? It's to be like convicted of and accused of.
So if I accuse you of something really, really crazy, you think that means you did it?
No,
but that's what you just said.
But there's evidence to suggest it that was shown in a court.
What's the evidence that convinced you?
I don't know, bro, because it was given to the jury. I want the jury, bro.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're basically saying she did it because the jury said she did it. You haven't actually looked into whether she did it or not.
That is what I'm saying, bro.
So that's ignorant. You're talking about something you don't know about.
I agree. I don't fully know about it, bro, but I'm saying
so why don't you say, I don't know, but the jury convicted her. I will look into it before you start debating me about it.
Because you're putting things like Free Lucy Letby, who is a convicted killer in the UK.
Because I'm telling you that she didn't do what she's accused of.
Well, you're saying that, but the courts.
But we're going around in circles. You're debating me about it, but you don't know the details of the case. So how can you speak on something that you don't know?
Because purely of the fact that you've put it on for attention. That's why I'm saying it to you.
Have you considered that it's necessary to get attention when the medical establishment is constantly framing people and covering up medical negligence, and that's why I'm trying to bring.
No, I hear that. If you're trying to expose something which, you know, like you said, this medical mafia, if this thing is even real and that is actually a thing, then fair enough, innit? But let me
ask you something. Do you think that corruption is real?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of industries do you think have corruption in them?
Police, think mainly just like police. If I had to say anything, but yeah, I could see.
What else? What about the government?
See why you think medical? Yeah, and government. Yeah.
Police,
and I could see why you think medical too.
So, why do you think that in our society, when you talk about police corruption, it's believable? When you talk about government corruption, it's believable. But when you talk about corruption within the medical industry, people have this knee-jerk reaction that they need to defend the medical profession. Why do you think that is?
Purely because people who are like in a medical position don't have power apart, like they aren't more powerful, they don't have authority above a normal person, whereas a police officer clearly has more authority and they will abuse that power, whereas a medical staff member doesn't have any more authority over a normal public person.
So now we've got to the crux of the issue, is that you don't realize how powerful they are. Because if you think that a doctor is less powerful than a police officer, that shows that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, okay, so how can you just explain how a doctor would be able to, I don't know, let's just say I got stopped here and I got loud in the car or something, yeah? How are you going to tell me that, like a doctor's going to, you know, give me corruption, or I'm going to experience the corruption via a doctor or a police officer, for example? Just give me an example of how a doctor could.
Well, obviously that's not the remit of a doctor. That's not where they practice. But you could you could go onto a medical ward and be sectioned by a doctor, and they can put you in a mental institution.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that.
A doctor can kill. A doctor can kill one of your family members and not go to. It'll be very difficult for them to be imprisoned if they killed one of your family members. A doctor's testimony in court is considered to be expert testimony, whereas yours isn't. So if a doctor testifies in court, their testimony is more powerful than yours. Do you know that the pharmaceutical lobby is the most powerful lobby in the world? And the most powerful conglomerate in the whole country is the NHS. So you're saying that you believe government corruption happens and police corruption happens, but the NHS is more powerful than both of those.
I mean, I personally don't believe so, but I hear it. If you don't mind me asking,
you don't know. That's the problem. It's not that you don't believe it. You just don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's it. But you see, in your situation, if you don't mind me asking, you're like, well, what kind of happened? I don't really know too much about it. I seen you before. That's all. Yeah. And I seen kind of your story.
All right. So basically, these staff members were being negligent towards my children. They were making mistakes that was causing harm to my kids. I raised numerous complaints that they were causing harm to my kids, and they responded by reporting me to social services and saying that I didn't want my kids to have oxygen because I was saying that they were misusing the ventilator equipment and had caused my kids to bleed from the lungs, have a split septum, a split ear, and 2 black eyes, and that one of my children almost died at the time. And I was reporting this and raising concerns with it. And they responded by reporting me to social services and putting a child protection investigation on me. Throughout the child protection investigation, they fabricated evidence for 5 months straight to try and have my kids taken. They then killed my daughter with the same machine that I was raising the alarm about, covered up her death and put on her post-mortem that I tried to harm her, and told the coroner this, and then there was no inquest. There's been no child death review, and they still tried to take my son from me with social services based on fabricated allegations, all because I raised concerns that they caused harm to my daughter, which were vindicated, and obviously I was correct because they killed my daughter.
Yeah. Why did they say that you tried?
Can a police officer do that?
Well, nah, they can't do that. You're right. A police officer can't, but they can do something similar in terms of making false allegations to social services. Definitely.
They can make false allegations to social services, but an allegation made by a medical professional will be way more powerful than an allegation made by a police officer.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but you see, in your situation, why did they say that you you apparently tried to cause harm towards her?
Because they're criminals. So
what did they say? Like, what did they actually say you tried to do?
They said that I didn't want my kids to have oxygen, which was a safeguarding risk, and they said that I tried to take my kids' oxygen off, and they said they just made up a bunch of lies about me that just didn't happen. And obviously, we went to the High Court and proved that they didn't happen. And we secretly recorded them the whole time and caught them framing us. And other staff members were whistleblowing, telling us who was doing it. So it's not like this is in dispute. Everybody knows what's happened. That's why I'm able to speak freely about it. But they just cover it up. And because they're powerful, they get away with stuff. And I'm not the only one that they've done this to. This is what they've pretty much done to Lucy as well. They made mistakes that caused babies' deaths. They framed Lucy. I know many people. I know probably 10, 15 people that this has happened to.
I was gonna say, sorry. This was one other thing. Yeah, you see, like how you're saying that you believe like doctors and that can be corrupt. What? So basically what you're saying is like the doctors and that can be corrupt, yeah, and the staff, etc. In your case, just how they were, yeah.
I think all of them are corrupt because they work for a corrupt industry.
But if you
not
think
all of them are
are
deliberately
corrupt, how can you think Lucy Letby's like innocent then if they're all corrupt?
No. So they work for a corrupt industry, but just because they work for a corrupt industry doesn't mean that they need to be put in prison. Do you understand? So I'm saying they're corrupt in the sense that much of the information that they have and report and administer to people and the diagnosis, much of those are false, right? But they're not necessarily doing it on purpose. So I'm saying that they are working for a corrupted industry. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they've committed an M. It could be a negligent death, etc. Lucy Letby has been convicted of deliberately unaliving babies, but she didn't do that, so she's obviously not guilty, which means she needs to be freed. And she probably wouldn't go back and become a nurse because she's like me in the sense that her eyes are open. She knows what's going on. So if I was to speak to her and be like, yo, Lucy, da-da-da-da-da, she'll be like, oh my God, you get it. Because she probably believed their lies before, but now her eyes have been opened, do you understand? So she's not like them anymore.
Why do you think she got targeted then?
Probably because she had a dispute with the consultants. She was, there was this grievance that they raised against her, and then it was found that she didn't do anything, and it put egg on their face. And probably also because she was very likely to do datixes, very likely to report stuff when it went wrong. She was always there for when sick babies were on the ward.
Okay, I know what you're trying to say. So
apparently she might have been having a relationship with one of the staff members as well. So...
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, yeah, but in the situation, bro, like, you see what you're saying about how they lied about, for example, that you tried to take off, like, your daughter's oxygen and stuff, yeah? Like, what goes to say that she, like, for example, her intentions weren't bad, innit? Like, what she was doing. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the way that the legal process works is not, well, you may have had bad intentions. It's, what is the crime I committed? What is the statute of law that has been breached? Prove that the wording, by the letter of the law, prove that a crime has been committed. For there to be a murder, it is the premeditated, intentional taking of a person's life, unlawful taking of a person's life. Okay? That didn't happen. So she's not a murderer, and there was no attempts, so she's not an attempted murderer. So she needs to be freed expeditiously because she didn't do anything that warrants her to be in prison. Do you not recognize that happening to Lucy means that could happen to any of us?
Yeah. I get what you mean. So you see in that situation though, so you just genuinely believe like all the information and evidence that was submitted to the court in that jury is just not correct, or it's just not right, or false, like falsely made up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, it's just nonsense. The very fact that someone can be convicted, I think we now live, to be honest, this is my genuine opinion. I'm not trying to be sensationalist. I actually think the UK, the modern era, let's say the past 50 years, that case is the line in the sand. There's pre-Lucy Letby and post-Lucy Letby UK. The fact that can happen publicly, that's like, we're now in the new era of the UK. We now live in a country where such a terrible, weak case the NHS basically now know they can just imprison someone and just get away with it and just completely make nonsense up and put someone in prison. That's like, we're living in a scary time.
What you're saying, yeah, I understand, bro. But you see, from my point of view, you're a person on TikTok, bro, yeah, and like your opinion, of course, it matters as a person, but bro, like your opinion doesn't mean anything compared to the justice system in the UK. Do you know what I mean? Like,
my opinion means a lot. My opinion means a lot. It's just that, like, okay, let's say someone is not successful and then they later become successful. When they become successful, then people only see it after it happens. I always knew he was going to make, you know what I'm saying? You don't realize how important my voice is because you don't know the details of what I know and who I know. So you just see, 14 viewers on a live, but my voice is very important. In fact, I genuinely think my voice is one of the most. If I had a bigger audience, I think I'll be one of the most important voices. Only because I've been through what the parents have been through. I've been through what Lucy's been through. And I know everybody. Like, I know all the people that are working on the cases. Like, I know all the people that are exposing it, doing the studies. Like, I know so many people on this side of things, like the advocates side of things. Like, we've sat down with very high up people, so we know what's going on. It's just you don't know. This is what I'm trying to say. When I say you don't know, it's not to be rude. It's just that, like, I don't know how to convey to you that, like, this is the circle. This is the people that know. You're out here. So there's a gap. Like,
I know what you mean. I didn't mean to say like your opinion's not like important. What I meant was like your opinion isn't very like listened to. Like you say, only 13 views. It's not listened to, but their opinion is so much more listened to than yours is. Which that's the thing though. Like, generally speaking, from the public, like, how can someone like me or you be like, yeah, nah, it's totally wrong, bro. She's innocent. Do you know what I mean?
We are the most important people because the law is supposed to be administered by us. That's the whole point of the legal system. Like, we do matter. You just don't let these people make you think you don't matter. That's the whole way that they set up the system. They set up the system so that you think, the doctor's more important to me, the lawyer's more important to me, the judge's more important. They're not supposed to be more important. They're just supposed to be performing a function on behalf of us. We are the people that actually matter. So our voice, every voice matters. If you, for example, we become more powerful if you change your opinion. If you sit and actually think, this is mad, and you look into the case, do you know what? I changed my mind. Now I'm more powerful because you made me more powerful by saying, yeah, I can vouch for what this guy's saying. I looked into it myself. We all have a responsibility. So every time I get on the airwaves, and then people are attacking me, that just tells me like, okay, you're part of the system. Because if you was part of what we're doing, then the system becomes weaker and we become stronger. Do you get it?
Of course, bro, but what it is, you know what it is, regardless, even if I did, like, I'm not saying I'm against you or anything, but I'm saying if I was, like, on your side and listening and I had your opinion, regardless of it, people like me and you, bro, are never going to be able to change how the UK works, how the system works.
Of course
we ain't going to do shit, bro.
Of course we are.
I don't think we will, bro. I'll be so real. Like, no matter how big you are, for example, like, no matter how big you are, I just don't think you're going to be able to ever change.
Oh, you got muted, bro.
Sorry, bro. It'll always be like corrupt, bro. Like, I just don't think me and you will ever, no matter, even if we had like bloody 1 million people on our side, bro, I don't think we'll ever be able to make a difference. Like, I just don't think it will happen, bro.
That kind of mentality is a defeatist mentality. It will be. Is it possible to solve?
It's almost realistic, bro. It's almost a realistic mentality.
It is realistic in the sense that it's very difficult to solve the problems in the UK. But what doesn't make sense is to not try to solve the problems in the UK. Bro, think about this, There have actually been revolutions in history. Like, the people have actually overthrown the state before. Do you know how hard it is to overthrow the state? Like, back when they had revolutions, the French Revolution and, the Haitian Revolution and the American Revolution, when they had these revolutions, they had guns, bro. Like, it was the same. Like, the government was way more powerful than everyone else. And they managed to overthrow the state and create a new government. So it's possible. It's just not possible. The main reason why these things aren't possible in the UK is because of the people have a mindset, and not like yours, but like similar to yours, of like defeatist mindset. Like, they don't know what to do. They don't know what freedom is. They don't believe in like the rights of the individual. They think that the rights of look at everything from a collectivist worldview. Like, they never think about like what could be.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. I know what you mean, but again, bro, it's just one of them things. Like, regardless, you see, for example, if this medical mafia does actually exist and it's a very real thing, if it is, then even me and you, bro, I just feel like we just will never be able to take something like that down.
Well, we die trying. Well, me personally, I just look at it like this. I'm gonna die trying. Like, it's very possible that these people are gonna imprison me because I already have a case that they're trying to imprison me. If I go to prison, it's calm because at the end of the day, they can't. Like, I just feel like I'm a man first, innit? Like, you can't kill my spirit. If you don't mind me asking you, what they saying? What they saying? They're like, they want to basically, what crime have you committed? They're saying that my online posts have caused harassment, alarm, and distress to the staff. Not these posts on TikTok, but like posts I made on Facebook saying like, you caused my daughter's death, you're criminals and stuff. They're saying that caused them distress. So they're trying to imprison me for a speech crime.
They're trying to silence you.
Yeah, they're pretty much trying to just silence you, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
that
would
makes
rather
sense, man.
speak and then go to prison and then come out. Do you get it?
No, I hear you. If I was in your position, I would as well. If it was my daughter, if that was my daughter, bro.
This is kind of what we was talking about yesterday.
That's it. But you know what else it is? It's like partly like I say, like I don't mean to be rude when I say it, but it's almost like because you've been in this world and you've experienced that so personally to you, yeah, you've got such a vendetta against it. But it's not that your vendetta's wrong because it could totally be right, innit?
I get what you're saying. I feel like it's actually the other way around. I think that they targeted me because I think like this. Not that I think like this because they targeted me. Because I already thought like this before. So I think they targeted me because I think like this. Because these people, they can sense, like, these people aren't dumb. They can sense when someone thinks different. Like, if you, for example, if you come onto a hospital ward and then you say, is it possible that the injury is caused by is a ventilator-induced lung injury? That's like sending off alarm bells in their head. Like, okay, this guy, he's implying that the normal action of the ventilator, which is what we use, causes harm to patients. If that's true, that means we're systemically harming patients. If that's true, that means we've got away with killing loads of patients. They know what I'm implying by what I'm saying. So their alarm bells go off. They're like, he's one of them. He's one of the people that we need to destroy. That's how they think. That's how tyrants think. Tyrants are not idiots. They understand who their enemy is. They know how to shut people down, how to destroy people's spirit. So it's not that I'm like this because of what happened. I already knew these people run scams. I already knew COVID's a scam and all this stuff's a scam. I already knew. I wasn't being open about it, but they can smell it on you. They can taste it. Like, they can see you and be like, rah, this guy, he's not submissive. Do you get it? When people on the ward, they're talking to the doctors like, yeah, what about this? What about this? I'm like, yeah, okay, so excuse me, would you mind looking into this for me because I need the evidence for what you're saying? And they're like, they're used to people supplicating to them and being submissive.
Yeah, it's because you're asking too many questions kind of thing, innit?
Yeah, if you ask questions, if you're confident, if you walk with your head held high, they're used to when a doctor comes to the ward, oh, excuse me, your superior knowledge. But if you say, no, this is what I think, I'm happy to share information with you, but this is what I think, even if you're being calm, they just don't like the fact that you're not worshipping them, and they see that as a red flag.
Yeah, no, I can totally hear it, man. I hear it, bro. But you know what? I wish you good luck, bro. And I wouldn't say you changed my mindset on it, but I can definitely hear what you're saying.
You're entitled to your opinion, bro.
Yeah, that's it. But I understand what you're saying. But good luck with all your stuff and your daughter, bro.
Cheers, bro. Okay, that was a decent conversation. I guess, this is, again, guys, remember, this is how most people think. So he's right in the sense that we have a massive job ahead of us. I think that we're doing really well in the sense that if I had to identify who the main people are that are really causing issues in the UK, in our society, I would argue that number one would be the medical establishment, because a lot of the issues in the UK are about how it's run, and the most powerful institution in the country is the NHS. And that's where most of our money goes as well. So when you look where the corruption is, when you look where the the money's going, when you look at what's causing people's deaths, when you look at where people are being silenced, where people are being sectioned, it's mainly there. And then you look at what happened with COVID, which I believe is the largest scam in history, probably in ever. Yeah. So at least we know who our enemy is. That's how I feel. Like, so we've made inroads because we know who our enemy is. Now the next step is, how do we spread the message? How do we build a platform in a society where you can be shut down for your speech, you can be arrested, you can be framed? Most people are just working a 9 to 5 and see someone like me as a liability, as, why are you speaking about this? You're going to cause issues, etc. That's the next step, is how do we build some kind of cohesive movement? You get what I'm saying? That's kind of like what I'm trying to do. And I feel like you can only do that by being passionate, by being honest, by being transparent, by being yourself. Because I'm not perfect, but I'm being myself, and I'm telling you guys what I know, what I've seen. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Let's get some of the comments. So on YouTube, we got Naomi Darling says there's massive people who have been through a similar experience to Amma. People find it hard to believe. Yes. What about all the other nurses and falsely accused people, the post office? The list goes on and on. It's only exposed through the public giving the cases attention. Yep. Believe me, the medical authority has considerable amount of protection and power. The NHS will protect themselves from being sued. Yes. Naomi says, yes, Prometheus, too right. I've fallen out with most of my nurse friends. They can no longer think outside the box of the hat they wore when they finished their degree. Prometheus says it's a system designed for zero accountability. Yes. Manifestation Mama says, have they arrested you for speaking out? Yeah, I think I've been arrested now 4 times or 3 times. So I've been arrested once when I was screaming and crying when my daughter got killed. Then I got arrested. Well, yeah, I got arrested then. Then I got arrested for stalking with intent for my online posts. Then I got arrested for harassment for the exact same post. Then I got a stalking protection order put on me to try and prevent me from speaking. That would have had me immediately in prison. And they wanted to monitor all my social media accounts, have all my passwords. I would have had to turn all my devices into them so that they can put monitoring devices inside of my computers, phones, everything. I would have had to give them all of my location. So anytime I live somewhere more than 6 weeks, I was going to have to tell them. And they were going to have to get all of my number plates for any vehicles I have. Luckily, I represented myself in court and I beat that part of it. So I had it brought down to I'm just not allowed to make reference to certain individuals. I've still got that case ongoing. And then when else have I been arrested? I think that's it. Was that 3? So 3 arrests, yeah. 3 arrests and a stalking protection order. And I've had a formal notice saying that they're not going to investigate any of my claims. So basically, anytime I call the police, there's a note on the system that just says, don't listen to him. So I basically can't use the police anymore. I've been banned from a number of NHS trusts as well. So I'm not allowed to use certain NHS trusts, otherwise I'll be immediately arrested. What else? They've threatened to sue me, so the hospital trust has threatened to sue me. And I'm going into mediation with them soon. But we'll see what they have to say because, you know, I've got a lot of evidence on them. So I don't know. These people, they're very arrogant. So like it or not, they're not going to take anything I've done lying down. You can bet your bottom dollar that they've seen the post that I did that had 650,000 views. They've seen it, I promise you. And they're not happy about it. They won't bring it up because they don't want to draw attention to it because they can't refute any of the things I've said. We had like 300-400 people send those emails saying that they're appalled about how my daughter's being treated. We were in a documentary as well on ITV. So they can see the things that are happening. They're just trying to figure out how do we just destroy this guy and shut him up because he's making too much noise. And yes, I'm talking about Nottingham University Hospitals Trust. We have whistleblowers from Nottingham University Hospitals Trust as well. So like stuff like this does affect the way people view hospitals, etc. Like I guarantee you that there have been people that have gone onto that ward that have seen some of my videos. Not because I'm an arrogant piece of S. It's just because it has 650,000 views. So it's like, do you know what I mean? That's a lot of views about a particular topic, naming a trust. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, I can see why they're trying to destroy me. I think when you lose your daughter, it's like, what more can you take from me? I've already experienced the worst of the worst. So it's like, I'm no longer scared of them, and that's what makes it more dangerous. So yeah, Prometheus says your silence is their goal. Yeah, and I'm not going to shut up. I do think though that eventually I'll be imprisoned over this. I really do believe that. But I've made my peace with that. And I've accepted that I'm never going to work a normal job again. Probably not in this country anyway. So I've made my peace. Look, my life will forever be changed. It's okay. I can still be happy. I can still have a crack. You know what I mean? Because life is not all about status and money. For me, it's about standing for something. I don't want to be old and grey talking about, oh, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Do you know, I actually speak to a lot of old people who have been through what I've been through. I spoke to maybe like, let me think. Maybe like 4 old people one of them told me that she hasn't left the house properly in like 20 years because the NHS killed her daughter and covered it up. And this was 25 years ago they did this. No, I think it was 40 years ago. And then her condition got worse because she was old. She was like 70. Or no, because the NHS, no, it can't be that. I think it was like 25 years ago, yeah. So, and then it mentally affected her for her whole life. And when I spoke to her, she was like, yeah, that she wishes that she had spoken out more about what happened and that she had tried to sue them. So I'm not going to be the guy, 70 years old, money, success, and I'm there thinking, I wish I had done something. Thank you very much for the hat. That's not going to be me. Like, I would much rather go to prison. I would much rather have some kind of like outcome. Even if we don't win the court case, like someone is going to face consequences. Like, best believe that someone will. And it's okay to go to prison. It's okay. For me, I'm like, I've made my peace with it. So if you see me on the news, you know, and I'm in prison, just say, you know what I'm saying? Like, just give me a little salute. You know what I mean? I ain't asking for much. Just salute, bro. You know, because I'm trying. What would you do if someone took your child's life? That's what I want to know, guys. Manifestation Mama says, my ex's friend's wife was unalive after they left tools in her during surgery. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. Oracle Mama's just joined the chat. Guys, we're almost at our like goal. So we've got like 15 people viewing live, which is great. We're building up slowly. We got more YouTube viewers than usual, 5 viewers, which is good. So we're building up. Like the live, guys. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen to like the live. If all of you like the live 100 times, then we get like 1.5k likes. And some of you can run up the likes crazy for us. We just want to hit our 10k like target. YouTube, please, if you are not yet, subscribe to the YouTube. I'm going to be releasing some videos. I know I said yesterday I would release them. I might not release them today. I'm doing some editing today though, so I will release some videos today. In fact, I think what I'll do is I'll end the TikTok now. Let's try to get some more likes, then we'll end the TikTok and we'll transition over to a different live type. Because how long have we been live? 1 hour 20. So we could do another hour, I say, like on a different topic. We can do UK vs USA. JDTF, you mean? Yeah, customer cured is a customer loss. Yeah. Thank you for everyone that's running up the likes. We really want to get to the 10,000 mark. We just got 1,000. Neil said, could you explain about C19 situation? What do you want me to explain? Like, I mean, it's a scam in my opinion. It's just complete fraud. And not everybody agrees with that. I get it. Some people think, yes, there was a virus. Yes, there was a pandemic, but it's a scam. Me personally, I think it's all a scam. I think it's all just complete hogwash. I have ADHD meds and they work, but I found ways that I can help myself without taking pills. That's great. That's great. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not against pharmaceuticals. That's not what I've ever said. You know, like my background is more kind of in pharmaceuticals. I'm not an expert, but that's what my background is, like my educational background and stuff like that. So I'm not against pharmaceuticals, guys, in case you guys are. When people say that whole thing about, oh, herbal healing and stuff, well, bro, pharmaceuticals come from herbs. They're just extracts and like syntheses that come from herbs. So, and yes, they do work. It doesn't mean that they're good for your body, but they do work majority of the time. And some of them don't, but you can criticize some of them and accept other ones of them. And some people are in a position where they have no choice but to be reliant on pharmaceuticals, and that's okay. But we can still criticize the industry and ensure that people are being advocated for. Remember, advocacy is just the other side of the coin, or the other side of the balance. You got the massive power of the medical conglomerate, backed by the government, backed by public opinion. And then we need the other side also, the advocacy. So someone needs to do the job that I'm doing with trying to criticize and hold accountable. Otherwise, there will just be literally no accountability. And right now, the balance is too far shifted against us. JD says, yeah, no, they work, but the problem is being prescribed in very broad, like antidepressants. Yeah, they have a vested interest to keep the status quo. And the way that they do things, in my opinion, is obsolete. Like, this is from a bygone era. We need a revolution in the medical industry. Hopefully, the tech revolution will help us. AI medicine can really change a lot of this BS. Digitized medical notes. We shall see. Right, where are we at with the likes? Oh, is that 6,000? Okay, we're like 3,000 likes away from our like target. What I'll do actually is, for the people watching on YouTube, we will transition over to that video that I was talking about before that I wanted to watch with you guys. Let's see if it's up. Yeah, this one. And we'll watch a little bit of it, and then I'll bring back the TikTok live, and then we'll go America vs UK. So what are we on with the likes? Almost at 7k. Do you know what? Don't worry about the likes, guys. We'll get another live up. Thank you to everyone that's watched on TikTok. I'll be live again shortly, and we'll probably be able to pull in some better numbers because the Americans will all be awake. Okay, take care. Bye-bye. And if you're watching on YouTube, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Oh, shite. She just said watch your YouTube channel. Could have gained a subscriber. Okay, so, guys, I just want to watch a bit of this video with you guys, and then it's 43 minutes, so I'll probably just do like 5-10. And then we'll get to the UK vs USA.
Okay, everybody, welcome to this discussion, the black magic behind the medical mafia.
Oh, what's this doing?
Seeing that all of modern science is an outgrowth of Judeo-Masonic Royal Society shenanigans and has been that way for centuries, and seeing how modern medicine had displayed itself in all of its full evil glory during the COVID fiasco, such that even the dumbest among us couldn't deny that something very sinister was afoot. Should we really be shocked to discover that the medical establishment has been evil from the word go? It got off to an evil start. I talked a while back about psychiatry, right? We looked at the history of that, how incredibly, phenomenally, and, you know, even modern psychiatry admits that, oh, yes, you know, those were some terrible days, dark days in the history. The whole thing has been dark and still is. Psychology talks about the crackpot Freud. They'll admit that, oh, yeah, he was off the wall, you know. But it's still off the wall.
Yep.
Historians talk about, you know, J. Edgar Hoover and what a fraud he was. Yes, the FBI got off on a wrong foot. It's always been a corrupt enterprise. When it starts off corrupt, you think it's going to change as it goes along? It starts off corrupt because the same people who created it are the ones who are running it now. What they've done is engaged in a little window dressing so it looks like it's reformed. You know, you don't start off corrupt and then become good. Things always degrade, especially when the public isn't paying attention. Things always become corrupt even when they start out on the right foot, right? But if they start off on the wrong foot, it never goes the other way, does it? Unless there's a goddamn revolution to force it. A real revolution, not one rigged by the bastards. But anyways, should it surprise us to learn that the medical profession has always had this dark underpinning occultic foundation? Just look at the symbol that's often used by the medical association to represent medicine. All the medical establishments have used this at one time or other. The caduceus, the pole encircled by two winding snakes. Did you know that this symbol is depicted over the abdomen of Baphomet figures and has been for centuries on end? I'll include a picture for this video. Look at the stomach, the abdomen area. You'll see a pole rising up from the crotch area. Probably represents the male organ. But anyway, there it is, a pole with two snakes winding around it as part of the Baphomet symbol. You think it's an accident that became the symbol of the medical establishment? They're telling you right there that they're engaging in the dark arts, and it is.
And by the way, I don't believe in religion, just so people are clear. I'm not religious. I'm not saying it's all satanic, but it is an occultic practice. In other words, there are people that are in the know, that are doing messed up, shady stuff. They do it for nefarious, shady reasons. They believe in it. I don't believe in it. Just putting it out there, guys.
It is. Even though you might have a decent doctor who's sincere, it doesn't matter. He's operating within a system that cannot be trusted, a system that is absolutely criminal. And so, even though he's sincere, you can't take his advice across the board now, can you? Because, you know, he's following orders from on high. So it is with, teachers, right? We've all had some decent teachers growing up, but the system they operated within, the textbooks that they were compelled to use, contain a lot of bullshit. So sincerity isn't going to save you from being deceived by even sincere people. So you have to keep your guard up constantly. That doesn't make them bad because they pawned off bullshit on you. They don't know any better either.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying on the live, because people were like, oh, so, well, they say all the time, oh, so you're saying that the doctor's bad, you're saying the NHS is bad. Well, yeah, they're brainwashed. So why listen to someone brainwashed when you can use your own critical thinking skills? If you use your critical thinking skills, you will be able to see that they are very corrupt. And even, they do things that are corrupt without realizing what they're doing. Oh, I'm echoing? God damn it.
So, that's how it is in the medical establishment. There are some decent people in it, but the system itself is abominable, atrocious, and it's not out for your health, in case you didn't know that already. But there's a dark underpinning evil behind it all, of course, an occult evil, a third faction, Kabbalistic.
That should have solved the echo, I think. I hope.
Occult evil that has underpinned everything that they've ever done, as we'll see, in case you're not aware of that already. One of the major hallmarks of occultism, specifically Satanism, which the Jews have always run, right?
Okay. So this is where it gets, like, I get what's going on with this stuff, but I don't want to get my YouTube and stuff banned.
You've all been Jews. Is the medical establishment...
He is right, though, by the way, guys.
is rife with both of these practices, isn't it? The medical system, run by Jews.
Oh, dear. Yeah, guys, now you're getting into the real... See, this is why I really want to start streaming, because there's a lot of stuff I want to say that I can't say, and I don't want to offend people, and I'm not a hateful person, I promise. I just wish I could talk about other topics from a balanced perspective, because some parts are true, some parts are just people being sensationalist. But I wish we could have the discussion, but I'm going to need to build up a proper following and then like maybe start streaming on Odyssey, Rumble. I don't want to build that from the start. I want to build from a normal level so we can get normal people involved. And that's going to require some level of, Wesley says sensitivity.
Agree. At the end of the day, is this really what happens? Just look at the torture and ultimate horrific deaths that cancer patients have endured over the years. From chemo to radiation treatment. If you're not sickened and in bed from the cancer, you soon will be from the chemo and the radiation treatment. I knew someone years ago who refused to go through such treatments. They told her that if you take the treatments, you have a good chance of living another 6 months. Without them, you'll be dead in a matter of weeks. She refused to take the treatments. She lived for another year and a half and was fairly healthy. She could get around and enjoy herself. She lived for 3 times longer than they said she would have lived with their deadly treatments. Of course, this was long ago. She didn't know anything about, or didn't know much about, alternative methods. Who knows? She might have been completely rid of the disease. But in any case, my point is, she lived 3 times longer than what they said she would have with their treatment. And guess what? Even if she lived 6 months more, it would have been a miserable 6 months. She would have been bedridden. So much for the Hippocratic Oath, right? Do no harm. That's all the medical establishment does for the most part, guys, is harm. The only time they ever come in handy is in an emergency. If you're in an accident or something, you need some life-saving surgery, they can be of use there. Other than that, though, they're absolutely not only useless, they're toxic. Look at all the disorders and outright deaths that have been caused by friggin' vaccines and medications over the years. But it's not just the human toll. There's a great toll on animals as well, just like in Satanism, right? They don't just sacrifice humans, sacrifice animals. That's how they start them off, the new recruits. They get them abusing and sacrificing animals, then ultimately humans. And And so it is in the medical establishment. Look at the parallels. Just think of all of the psychopathic experiments done on animals in labs around the world. Just like what Mr. Fauci was involved in. But this is nothing new. Indeed, it's been going on since day one of modern medicine. For example, the USDA spent 40 years and over 20 million taxpayer dollars performing absolutely heinous experiments on cats and dogs in its early days. These studies involved injecting dogs with poison and then euthanizing them, chopping them into small pieces, and then feeding those little pieces to cats. From there, they killed the cats, liquefied their bodies in a blender, and then put the resulting mix into a syringe and injected it into the brains of mice. Fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Trust the science, guys.
Except that people think this is science. It's nothing different than what would go on under someone's watch like Michael Aquino, right? This is absolutely right out of,
You guys should also see like the source studies that they use to tell you about, like I say, these viruses and these diseases. Always go back to the source when you're dealing with these people, and you will find a lot of the people that come up with this stuff are occultists. A lot of the studies are really unscientific, but they just don't want you to question it at all. They don't want you to look up the source. They just want you to say, oh, it's science, it's science, it's science. Follow the science, follow the thread of scientific like breakthrough and follow it back to the source, and you'll find it's some like occultist who's like, the miasma dark energies or what making people sick, and now we call it virus. Like it's weird shit, bro. I promise you guys. We'll do a few more minutes on this and then we're going to do the America Live. I'm just doing something quick.
A dark magic sorcerer's fucking playbook. And all of this was done in the name of science, supposedly researching foodborne illness. Is that really what they're doing? They've been telling us for decades on end that they're researching a cure for cancer. But far from finding anything that could be called a cure, all that we have seen in the cancer world is rapidly growing cancer tumors developing, right? That's all we have. We haven't seen cancer diminishing, going away. Instead, now we have turbo cancer. Well, of course, that's the result of the COVID vaccine, isn't it? But that's what they've been doing with all those tax dollars, researching how to come up with new forms of cancer, more aggressive forms of cancer. Don't forget, Mary Sherman was murdered when she found out that her cancer research was not about curing the disease, but was in fact increasing it, intensifying it. Anyway, so no, their aim is not and never has been about curing cancer or anything else for that matter. They want to come up with new diseases. That's where the money is. And of course, that's how you get rid of a lot of goyim with their little population control.
Yeah, it's true. Do you guys enjoy this kind of stuff? I've got buku content like this, like a lot, that I could do reactions to. It's in the chamber a bit because I don't, I can't do this on TikTok. I don't want to get banned, and I have to even censor it on YouTube. But if you guys like this kind of content, I got a lot of it that we could talk about. I can go in depth on it. I never listened to stuff before I react to it, so this is just fascinating for me to hear for the first time too. But yeah, this guy, in fact, let's just go on his page because he's got a lot of interesting videos. I'll go off and come back 11:35 we're at. Yeah, he's got a lot of videos. He's called Alternate Science. So what's he got? He talks about tuberculosis, fake portfolio of what they've called polio. Oh, I like that name. False law of Louis Pasteur. He talks about some other controversial topics. And we're watching right now the black magic behind the medical mafia. But he's got a lot. What else has he got? I'm definitely going to go through and watch a lot of these videos. This kind of stuff informs a lot of the things I watch. I actually don't, he's just talking, but there's another guy who actually does scientific lectures. He goes into the actual studies. He's called, Well, Here We Go. So he's my favorite guy, and that's, because I like the science. I'm a scientist. I want to get into the detail of it. But, yeah, and one thing I like about this guy is he shares all of my beliefs, actually, now that I'm looking. So I'm not a flat earther. By the way, this stuff, I know a lot about this stuff. So there's a few of us, like I say, there's a few of us that are in the know online, let's say, but I just don't have as big of a following. But I know where to find all of the people that know what's going on and try and give you guys some of the information that I have. If you're interested in these kinds of topics, it's not a rabbit hole in the classical sense, in that I'm not just finding crazy things and going, oh my God, did you know the Earth is flat? Like, it's not a rabbit hole. It's actually very informative. I don't just take everything that these guys say. I look at it from a scientific perspective. I critique all of the things they say. That's why, like, when he's talking about like Satanism, all this stuff, I'm just like, okay, cool. It doesn't matter whether it's Satanist or not. What matters is, are the claims that they're making true, or are they designed for some other nefarious purpose? I don't care whether they're a Satanist, a Freemason, Illuminati, whatever, Jewish. I couldn't give a toss. What's up, Homegrown? Yeah, I couldn't give a toss. Yeah, so basically, Homegrown, the YouTube viewers obviously get access to other content, because I can't do this platform on TikTok. And I'm going to go and do the America Live in a sec, but we're just watching this video about the medical mafia. And all of the videos are going to be available on YouTube. So pretty much every live we've done in the past week, I'm already starting to chop it up, and I'm going to release the videos all one by one. So you guys will be able to watch back. You might hear yourself on the conversation, and that's how we're going to build the channel. We're going to do the lives, chop them up. So this video that I'm doing now, Homegrown, will be available as a reaction on YouTube. However, I'm not going to watch all of it. So let's give it another 5 minutes and we'll do the live.
Think of it. I can't believe that just on this basis alone, the American Cancer Society has raised billions of dollars over the years. Decade after decade after decade has gone by. Supposedly, they're researching a cure for cancer. They haven't come up with anything, nothing useful. In the meantime, there are alternative methods of dealing with cancer that have been very successful. I'll be getting into that later. We'll look at some specific examples. And all that's come of that, even though they had great success rates in not just treating it, but curing it, they got shut down. They got shut down. This is so fucking abominable, man. You can't trust this system. And many people can't figure that out. Or the few that do any degree of research, all they'll conclude is, oh, it's just about the money. Oh, sure, that plays into it. But it's so much more than that. This is about killing off the goy guys.
It's true, unfortunately.
Anyway. But don't think that anything has changed with animal mutilation and merciless slaughter and torture of animals. That still goes on to this day. Even the Department of Veterans Affairs has gotten into the act over the years, drilling holes into cats' skulls, shoving artificial stool into their rectums, attaching electric shock devices to their bladders, on and on. This sounds, again, like something right out of a dark sorcerer's frickin' manual. And indeed, it is out of a dark sorcerer's manual. And yet it is, once again, called science. In 2023, the University of Southern California was a recipient of a $1.9 million grant from the NIH, which involved drilling holes into the brains of mice and then injecting viruses therein, which really was nothing more than filth obtained from animals that were sickened from being frickin' tortured in a lab and fed poisons, and then combined the mix with various chemicals to make vaccines. Never mind the aluminum, the mercury, the formaldehyde. Vaccines are loaded with all kinds of biological waste.
Yep, and
biological
I'm just going to pause this because I don't want it to trigger the YouTube censors too much. But this is what I was talking about the other day with Dr. Joe, when I was having that debate on live. I wish I recorded that debate. Like, I'm so annoyed that I didn't record it. I completely destroyed him, by the way. I'll try and debate him again at some point. I'll go on his live. But yeah, this is what I was talking about when I was saying that what they call a viral isolate is made in a lab, and it's the same with these vaccines. They're just like, it's not about inoculation. They're just making a toxic concoction of poisons that stimulates an immune response in your body, and then they're saying they just keep on making different iterations of this poison and then they keep on doing studies until one of the studies shows a decreased incidence in a correlation where if you take this you have a decreased incidence. It doesn't mean that they actually cause you to be protected. They've just done it 1,000 times with slightly different ones, and then when they finally get a study that shows what they want, they go, aha, see, this is the one that works. None of them work. They just keep doing it until one of the toxic concoctions gives them the result that they are looking for.
Shit. Literally and figuratively. Just think, guys, of the toxic sludge that millions of people are compelled to roll. Kids, mostly, right? Through the vaccine schedule of the CDC. They're targeting kids in schools. You can't start school unless you're up to date on all your vaccines. Think of parents.
Weird.
Allowing their kids to be injected with toxic shit like this.
They don't know no better. Let me just skip ahead because I don't want to get banned.
Once the sludge was successfully injected into the mice, they were then monitored to see what symptoms they developed. And this was called a virus infection. Literally, guys, this is how it works. They don't isolate.
That is exactly how it works. This guy, see, I've never watched this guy in my life, but he knows exactly what he's talking about. I could tell he was smart just from the titles of his videos, because that's all the stuff that I know about too.
The virus, there's no virus involved in the shit they're doing. They inject poison into them, and then the symptoms that they see as a result of the poison they're injected with is called this, that, or the other viral infection, and then they release their fucking vaccine based on, well, they had this. You do know that poisons have the same symptoms, and we'll be diving into this deeply as we go along in this series, but we're going to see that there are precise parallels between a whole lot of so-called viral infections and simple poisonings due to chemicals in our food, chemicals in the vaccines. They produce the same exact effects, and so they label it a transmittable viral infection, right?
Yeah.
You don't even have to not believe in viruses to recognize the game they're playing here.
Exactly. Wesley says link, please. I'm going to give you the link right now, my gangster, because we are actually not going to watch the whole video. I keep getting lost in it. I'm going to put the link now. This guy is really good. Let me give you my other guy that.
What they're doing is nothing.
Hold on. Are we still on 70? Let me give you my other guy because he's really good as well. Here we go. Check out this guy too on oh no, hold on. See, anything from my viewers following. Where is he, man? Well, it's hard to sift through all of this stuff. Did I favorite him or what? Like, this is his username, but for some reason he's not coming up. Maybe I got... Yeah, here we go. I found him. This is one of the most important videos I've ever watched in my life. You guys must watch this. If you care about this topic, you must watch this one. It's groundbreaking. Did we lose where we were in the other video? I hope not. I think we did. Where were we? I think it was
nothing to do with viral infections, guys. They're fucking poisoning us and then telling us, oh, as a result of you being poisoned from, this, that, or the other virus, we need to inject you now with our magic serum, which will finish the job that the poison initially didn't accomplish. That was just designed to get you to think you needed a vaccine, which finishes the job. And in the meantime, they're making lots of cash off of you through your paying or your insurance company paying for the fucking vaccine. Look at this.
Okay, I'm going to end it there, guys. Sorry if you just joined or anything. What I want to do now is we want to get back to the live debates. So that's just, I hope you guys see what I'm trying to do in terms of building the platform. That's kind of just like a sneak preview of like how we want to run the channel and the videos that are going to be available. The only thing I want to do quickly, which I will literally do while I went on live, is I just want to add my YouTube tag to the what's it called? To the America Live background, because I want people to come and join us on YouTube. And I do worry sometimes that I'll get banned again permanently. Remember, guys, I literally came back from the dead. I'm Jesus Christ. I came back from the dead from a permanent ban on TikTok. That was really lucky that I was able to come back. So, let's see. So, I just want to quickly edit up my background. You guys can stay if you want, or it won't take me long at all, because I already have the tag that I'm putting on. But we're going to be live on TikTok again very shortly. to do the America vs UK live. And the reason why I love that live is because it brings in loads of people. It's like a fun, laid back conversation. And it's still kind of relevant to what I talk about on the page. So let's just crack on right now. Okay, so we've got our background here. USA is better than UK. And we're just going to edit it up. Okay. Let's just open it. What we got there? Okay. Okay, so what we opening? We just got the little tag coming up. Guys, bear with me. We ain't gonna be long. I know you guys are so faithful, but I can promise you that this is gonna take less than 1 minute. What I'm doing. You guys can even do a countdown, and we'll put the debate on. Watch on YouTube. Yeah, there we go. That's already done. Watch on YouTube. Where should I put it? We'll put it here. Okay, done. So we're going to save that up. And we're ready. So I hope you guys are going to come join us on the live. If you're watching on YouTube, you can actually just stay on YouTube. It's not going to take long. All I've done is put the YouTube tag on the background. So export that. Save that. Done. Let's start the live actually. My faithful YouTube watchers. Guys, I promise you one day this page is going to be so good in terms of like how many like viewers we have and everything. You guys, I'll make you all flipping moderators. I promise. You know what I mean? I'm going to make you guys all moderators. Because you guys are really supporting me when I need it. And it takes a certain kind of character to support someone when they don't have a big following. So I don't know if it's that I'm just good at talking for ages or if you guys enjoy the content that we're making. But it's really, it warms the old heart when I see people supporting. So we are... Oh, you're going to smoke me a glass of Jack and watch the show. Smoke a glass of Jack? Homegrown, bro. I might... Bro, you know I can actually come... Wait, Homegrown, what state are you in? Because you know I can literally come and see you when I'm in America. That would actually be kind of lit. I'm going to be in South Carolina, bro. So, like, where you at? Because I'm going to have a big-ass whip for the whole 3 months I'm in the USA. Like, for real, bro. I might have to pull up on you, bro. I got like a fucking 8-seater. Like big old former police SUV I got for the whole trip. So if any of you guys are in the USA, like, I'm going to pull up on you. Oh, you're in Georgia? No way you're in Georgia, bro. Because I'm going to be in Atlanta at some point on the trip. So I could actually drive to you, bro, for real. Okay, let's... I'm going to start the live. Now, I don't know if this is as visible as I want it to be, but... Let's just start. Start getting the guests on. Okay, yeah, it kind of, you can see it. It says watch on. Let me just see if we can change the background quick. We are live though, so if you guys want, you'll start seeing everything come up. Starboy's rolling with that. Cut it up, it get cold and I can't talk to my chips aren't holding it up. Okay, let's get a background up. It's so annoying how the background on TikTok covers everything. Like the top of it. I wish there was a way that you could change it so the top of the page doesn't cover up what you're trying to put on the screen. Like, who cares about those little tags that they put on? I really wish they would change that. Okay. We're good. So we're live anyway. Yep, we're live on TikTok, guys. So people are going to start filling in very shortly. Let me just clean the camera. Absolutely, you're welcome here. Yeah, can you take me shooting, please, bro? Like, I would really love that. Like, just please, bro. Have you got any straps in that? Like, just show me some straps. Take me shooting, bro. Or even hunting. If you go hunting, bro, let's go hunting. That would be so awesome. Wesley says, I've heard many lectures on Freemasonry on YouTube throughout the years. Much to be cross-referenced. Yeah, Wesley, man. Take in all that info I got. What's up, Homegrown? You're in the TikTok. I see you, bro. What's up, Lils? What's up, Voices of Soul? Let's just lift up this mic. We're going. Big up to everyone joining the live. What's up, Solo Therapy? Thank you for joining the live. Guys, remember to watch on YouTube as well if you're just joining on the TikTok. Sometimes it takes a while to just start up, but this live will get a lot of views. I know it. So we finally got the YouTube tag. So we're transitioning everybody onto YouTube because I think YouTube will be great. Obviously, we still want people on TikTok, but it'll be great if we have a big YouTube viewer base as well as the TikTok viewer base. Let me just take these off for now because we don't have guests right now. So yeah, tap the screen, guys, to like the live and share the live as well. What's up, Dante? And oh, Solo's gonna subscribe. Oh, perfect. Yeah, man, let's build up the subscriber count. I got a lot of videos coming for you guys, and they're gonna be good. Like, I'm gonna make sure they're good. I'm gonna spend all night editing them. I'm gonna make sure that they're good because I don't want our YouTube to be bummy. You want to be able to tell people like, oh yeah, have you seen State of Deception on YouTube? Like, it can't suck. And right now, the videos that I've got, they don't suck. They're good videos, but I want them to be good quality. I want them to be clipped up properly. You know what I mean? Oh, Homegrown, you got weapons, yeah? So I'm legally allowed to shoot your weapons, right? In Georgia, even though... Yeah, I am. I don't think I'm legally allowed to... Let me search, actually. I don't think I'm legally allowed to carry any of your weapons outside. Can I legally shoot my friend's weapons in Georgia on an ESTA visa? Yeah, I might even go live. Oh, wait. If you show weapons on TikTok, will it ban you? Okay, so it says, as a tourist visiting the United States under the visa waiver program with an approved ESTA, you're generally permitted to legally shoot firearms in Georgia. Under federal law, non-immigrant aliens are not subject to the same firearm. Wait, what? Non-immigrant aliens admitted under the visa waiver program are not subject to the same firearm possession restrictions as those admitted under a non-immigrant visa. Specifically, the ATF states that the prohibition on the receipt and possession of firearms in non-immigrant visa states. Oh crap! You may legally rent and shoot firearms at licensed shooting ranges. Okay, international may purchase ammunition, rent firearms, and shoot. Okay, cool. So I can purchase ammunition. I mean, I already purchased ammunition last time, so I definitely can. You can legally shoot firearms. You cannot legally take possession of a firearm to keep and carry. Yes, I'm right. So I'm allowed to use them, yeah, but they're your weapons. Yeah, cool. Okay, farming says no, it isn't. So guys, let's boost up the live. Tap the screen to like the live. Our like count is low. We're trying to hit our 10k like target. We've got 15 people in the live. Aperture says we don't on live kids or vote for Trump or Mac win. We'll get to that. We're gonna debate today. I love doing this debate. So if you want to debate, I suggest you request to debate now because soon there'll be a lot of requesters and it'll be hard for people to get on. So request. What's up, Zai? What's up, Djavu? What's up, everyone, man? Big up to all the people in the live. Razor says, I agree, I'm from the UK. Why is it so bad? I mean, I know. Come on, guys. Boost us in the live. Boost us. Come on. Caden says, this isn't a debate, just common sense. Remember, guys, check us out on YouTube. If you go on the YouTube channel, you're going to see a nice angle and you see everything that's going on, and then you're going to see all the chats coming up. It looks cool on YouTube. Let me turn on the red light so I can be really like interesting looking. Ooh. You see that, guys? See the red light? Yeah. Come watch us on YouTube. Razor said, let's get rich, guys, and get out of this country. You get me, though? Type shit. Type shit. Tell me why in bullet points. Request to join. We've got 88 people in the live. What's up, everyone? Nah, this is going to be a fire live. I can already tell, because what this means is that the US citizens have finished what they're doing for the day. 115 people. Yeah, the US citizens are here. It's Saturday. They ain't got nothing to do. No. It's Saturday. They're going out later. Yeah. They're going out later, but it's still before that time. That's why all the US citizens are going to come in the live. Guys, send gifts. Tap the screen to like the live. Watch us on YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube. That's what this one's about. Let's boost. We're going to get the first guest on when we get 2,000 likes. Everybody tap the screen, like the live. When we get 2,000 likes, I'm going to let the guest come up. And I know a lot of people are requesting right now. We want to get 2,000 likes. So everybody tap the screen. If everyone likes the live 100 times, that will give us 10,000 likes. I'm getting 2,000. That's what I'm asking for. Tornado, make me major, and without France, you'll be French. Yeah, you're talking about the past. We're talking about the future, baby. We're talking about the future. We're not talking about the past. We're talking about today. Why are you stuck in the past, my brother? My brother in Christ. Why are you stuck in the past? Come on, man. Come on, man. Would have helped, but I'm from the UK. I'm from the UK. You get me? And it's just a burger, not a hamburger. Hamburgers come from Hamburg. Hamburg. In Deutschland. Yeah, guys, make sure you check us out on YouTube at State of Deception. It's one thing that's cool about YouTube is that you can like be driving and then you can just have like the video playing with us on it and like have this whole interactive experience. Technically, you could even do the TikTok live on that as well. But I just like YouTube. I like YouTube Premium. I like the fact that we can see the comments and that the live stays up after. So that's why I want everyone to transition onto YouTube. I also think I'm more likely to get banned on TikTok than on YouTube. In the future, this live will be on X, TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook all at the same time. But I don't want to get to that point yet because I want to build up a solid base on YouTube and then a solid base on TikTok. Now, our growth on TikTok has really been stifled, but we are going to continue growing. Homegrown says we should load the lives on Spotify. That is something that I'm also going to do as well, yeah. So, but what I want to do is make sure that we have a nice... You know what I mean? Like a nice, consistent batch of content that has no issues, no audio problems. Then everything's going to get uploaded on Spotify as well. And I've already made the Spotify page as well. State of Deception. Thanks for the gift, Laws. Guys, send more gifts. More gifts. Let's boost us up in the algorithm. 155 people in the live. We're almost at 2K. We're going to get our first guest on in just a jiffy. Just a jiffy. Just a moment. SBD says... I'm sorry, but there's just no really debate, but you're wrong. Bro, your name stands for silent but deadly. Your name literally refers to a fart. Thank you, Laws, for the gifts. We got 173 people. Jack's in the live. See, I knew this would be a big and good live because of the time. Like, it's just going to be one of those lives. So please, everyone, check us out on YouTube at State of Deception. Let's see if we've actually gained any followers, because if not, then I'm just going to like shed tears. Because I really want to boost us. We got one person subscribed. Which one of you is that? We need more of you. Okay, let's get our first guest up because we got 2K likes. I don't know what to call you. What should I call you? Oh, I can't hear you saying anything. Hello? Are you there? Hello? Can you guys hear him? Or is that just me that can't hear him? Oh, he went offline. Hello? Okay. Let's just make sure everyone can hear me. Test. Yeah, everyone can hear me. Consider the Freemasons' oath. It's revealing reading. Damn. Americans on Saturday don't go on until 8 p.m. or 11 p.m. Yeah, well, the Americans are going to come on today by force. P-Hand says, I'd happily debate you. Okay, P-Head, sorry. Come on, man, debate me. Alien said, "Who made the English language?" I don't know. James Smith. Someone like that. You don't have the treeness? What's that? I already sent that package, right? Okay, come on, guys. Any requesters? Anyone want to debate? Send a request. Oh, we got someone in. Hello, can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me loud and clear. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, perfect. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. So, did you want to give your position? Like, do you agree with the prompt, disagree with the prompt?
Do I agree with what?
With the prompt, like, do you agree that the UK is not as good as the USA, and why?
Well, I think it's very subjective. You cannot take the UK as a whole. You've got Scotland, you've got Northern England, you've got Southern England, you've got Wales, you've got Ireland. You know, we've all got very different identities.
So what's your point?
Sorry?
So what's your point? Like, what does that have to do with the fact that the USA is better?
Oh, the USA isn't better. Have you got any objective reasons why it is?
Yeah, because you can travel to like 100 major cities and live there and earn a better wage and have a better quality of life than pretty much almost any city in the UK. That's a big deal. And the houses are like 4 times bigger. And you got freedom of speech and the right to bear arms. That's a big deal. You don't think? That's like a fundamental difference.
I disagree about the arms. I agree with you about freedom of speech, but the right to bear arms, do we really want that?
Yeah.
Why?
So that you can defend yourself and so that you can shoot animals.
Defend yourself against who?
Against anybody that wants to harm you or somebody that tries to rob you.
Do you not realize if people start arming themselves, then it's a knock-on culture. It's like a domino. Imagine everyone with guns. All the nutters out there have got access to guns. Is that what you want?
It's kind of a loaded question. Do I want people to have access to firearms? Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
So you're okay with what happens in America with school shootings?
It doesn't really happen that often, mate.
Oh, you've no idea. Yes, it does.
No, it
Do
doesn't.
a quick Google search on gun shootings within the last year.
I mean, how many would you say is a lot?
I would say several hundred mass shootings, people dying from mass shootings a year is quite a lot.
Okay.
Oh, you type fast. I can hear you typing.
Yeah. Yeah, so do you use that same argument with cars as well? Like, do you think cars should be banned so that nutters can't get access to them?
Do I think cars should be banned?
Yeah, so that crazy people can't get access to them.
No, you're conflating different arguments.
No, that's just a question.
Cars
do
are
you think
not
cars
designed.
should be banned?
Cars are
so
not
that,
designed
listen to what I'm saying. Crazy people can get access to cars, right?
Right, cars
do you think,
are not
listen to the argument.
Cars are not
Listen
designed
to
to
the
be
argument.
killing machines.
Listen to the argument. You said guns should be banned to stop crazy people getting access to them. Should cars be banned to stop crazy people getting access to them?
No, because you're deliberately conflating two different arguments.
Why
How
can't you just
many
answer the
people in
question?
the UK are killed?
I'm not going to answer your
from-
question because you don't want to answer my question.
Right, what's your question? Ask it.
How is it different to ban guns to stop crazy people getting access to them and ban cars to stop crazy people getting access to them?
Guns are designed to kill. Cars are not designed to kill.
Guns are designed for use in self-defense. So self-defense is a good thing, the same way that
they're designed to kill.
They're designed for self-defense.
Yeah, well, you say self-defense,
killing
but
is only
that's
bad if
designed to kill.
Killing is only bad if it's done for the wrong reasons. The use case of guns
what
is a
about
good thing.
trampolines?
Listen
how
to-
many
listen-
people?
listen to what
how
I'm saying.
many people every
You're
year
trying to push a narrative. You're not
die
listening to what
from
I'm saying.
trampoline-related accidents?
Dude, listen to what I'm saying. A lot of people die from cars. A lot of people die from guns. The use case of guns is self-defense. The use case of cars is driving. Why should we ban guns just because crazy people can get them, but not ban cars just because crazy people can get them? It doesn't matter what the thing was made for.
Guns, right, are you going to listen? Guns are designed to injure and harm. Cars are designed to transport you from A to B.
Are you not understanding what I'm saying?
I absolutely understand
The use
what you're
case
saying,
of guns
but
is positive.
You've got this kind of reductive mindset.
No, you're just not understanding the argument. The use case for both guns and cars is positive. Both of them are supposed to be used for good, right? But they can be used for bad.
Guns are not designed to be used for good.
Yes, they
That's
are.
where you're
Of course
going
they
wrong
are.
with your argument.
Yes, they are.
Guns are designed to hurt and to kill.
Okay, are knives
Cars
are
are
knives
designed
are knives designed
for
to
transport.
Are knives designed
Why
to hurt
can't
and kill?
you understand that?
You don't understand that that has nothing to do with whether they should be banned or not. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, let's apply it to knives, right? Should knives be banned?
Yes.
So no one should be able to use knives.
No, you have to separate this. Knives that come in this big stabby monster style knives, yeah, they should be banned. Knives that you butter your toast with, no, of course they shouldn't be banned. But you're conflating the same argument.
I'm not conflating anything.
Between butter
I'm not-
knives
no, I'm
and
not.
stabby knives.
You realize
with
that
cars and
you
guns.
realize that a crazy person can walk into a supermarket and buy a knife.
Oh my God. Do you know what? This is exactly what. Oh, how do I say it? The left wing university campus ideology is what is pumping out. It's pumping out what's coming out your mouth.
Wait, so you're saying left-wing university campus ideology is pro Second Amendment rights in the UK?
Oh my God, you've done 6
Oh,
months.
you're not smart enough to
in a
talk to me.
fucking
That's what the problem is.
philosophy class.
You're not smart enough to talk to me. That's what the problem is. That's sad.
What? Sorry, say that again?
You're saying that the left-wing university campus is pumping out people that are pro Second Amendment rights.
Right. Explain to me pro Second
In the UK.
Amendment rights. Let's see if you get this right.
Why can't you answer anything that I'm saying? Should knives be banned because crazy people can access them?
Pro Second Amendment rights. Let me hear you explain what it actually is so I know you actually have an understanding.
Oh, you don't know what it is. You want me to tell you what it is, so you're pretending that I don't know what it is.
No, I think you can't explain it. I think
Okay,
you're just...
I can't explain it. Okay,
spouting-
a
I
well-regulated
think
militia
you're
being necessary to the
spouting
security of a free state, the
rhetoric.
right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I don't know what it is. Oh.
Say it again. What?
Oh. I thought you said I didn't know what it is.
Sorry, I'm.
Bro said I
struggling
searched
to
it.
understand it.
I did it with my eyes closed, you idiot.
What? I'm an idiot.
No, not you. There's a guy in the chat that said I searched it up, but everybody who watches the live knows that I know what the Second Amendment is because I talk about it every day.
Oh, so you're well rehearsed.
No,
So
I
you
just know
probably
what I'm
have
talking about.
You probably have answers to questions that I've not even thought about yet.
What?
But
You're saying I know what I'm talking about?
A more base level than that.
So you're saying because I know what I'm talking about. You
Hey,
just
it's
said,
not
you
about
just
just
see how you're
having
moving
smart,
the
clever
goalposts.
answers.
You said I don't know what the Second Amendment is. I just quoted it, and now you're trying to move the goalposts.
No, I didn't say you don't know. I asked you to explain to me.
I just explained
I
it.
asked you to explain to me what it was.
I just explained it.
But you go off in your silly, dizzy.
I just explained what it
fucking
is.
Hysteria.
Bro, I just explained what the Second Amendment is. Like, what is your response? I just explained what it is. Like, what's wrong with you?
You spouted a well-rehearsed explanation. Well,
How is
not
it
even an
rehearsed?
explanation.
How is it
Well,
rehearsed? Because I know
you
what the
know,
Second Amendment is.
Oh, man. I am more than happy to have discussions.
You're not arguing in good faith. You said I don't know what the Second Amendment is. I just told you what it is, and now you have nothing to say.
I didn't say you didn't know what it was. I asked you to explain it to me.
Okay, it's the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Did you not hear that part of it when I said the right of the people to keep and bear arms?
You're at.
Yeah.
And no, I disagree entirely.
Okay, so let's go back to the question I'm asking you, which is, should knives be totally banned to stop people getting access to them? Should cars be totally banned to stop crazy people getting access to them? You haven't answered either of those questions.
You could use the same argument, should rocks be banned? Because
yeah, that's
somebody
your
might
argument.
bash you on the head with a rock.
That's your argument.
No, you're conflating different things.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you a question.
Right, okay. Let's talk specifically what type of knives.
Kitchen knives. Should they be banned?
What's a kitchen knife? Something that you carve the Sunday roast
like
with?
A sharp kitchen knife used to chop flesh and bone in the kitchen. Should that be
So
banned?
you're using that as an argument that yes, we should be allowed guns.
No, I'm saying that your argument was things.
No, your argument
Dude,
is
shut up and let me
if
talk.
we have
Shut
kitchen
up.
knives,
No,
then
I'm
we
not
should be
making an
allowed
argument
guns.
yet. I'm critiquing your argument. You said guns should be banned because crazy people can
Right,
access
you're
them.
talking about
Oh my God.
things that
You said guns should be banned because crazy people can access them. I'm making the point that there are other things that crazy people can access that aren't banned, like acid, knives, cars, all kinds of things that crazy people can access. Lighters, fire. You can make fire. You can buy gasoline and start a fire. That's not gasoline, and knives and lighters are not banned. Crazy people can access them. So the argument that something should be banned just because a crazy person can access them needs to be further elaborated upon. That's why I'm asking you to answer that question so that we can elaborate on your reasoning, but you're not listening enough. That's the problem. So that's why I had to mute you so that I could get that off before you start yattering again. Spotlight, moonlight, anyway, you tripping, get the moonlight. Try to look good in the moonlight. All these pussy hitters so bad, my spotlight, moonlight. P-head, you can speak now. You've been unmuted, bro. Guns are more fatal. Are guns more fatal than cars? Probably, yeah. Guys, follow us on YouTube as well. You can watch it live on YouTube at State of Deception. This guy's not speaking anymore, so we're just gonna have to drop him down. I don't know. He probably accidentally muted himself. He was muted, and then I unmuted him, and now he's not speaking. So, what's up, certified nut? London has issues. England is overrun by a place. Certified. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
13.
Oh, come on, bro. You know we can't do that. I ain't gonna debate a 13-year-old. What would be the point? Football. Let's bring you up. I'm assuming you're from the UK because your name's
Hello.
Football. What's up?
Nothing much, mate. Nothing much.
Have you checked out the live stream on YouTube?
Have I checked it out on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you capping, bro?
I'm not capping, mate.
Okay, good. Subscribe on YouTube at State of Deception. Come on. Okay.
All right. I will after this.
Yeah, please do. What? How can I help you? What point would you like to make today?
I'm just wondering, like, what are you basing this off?
So before we were talking about the Second Amendment, because the guy before asked me what is better about the USA than the UK, and I made the point that you have the Second Amendment right to bear arms and you have the First Amendment right to free speech, which are really, really important and fundamentally change almost everything about a society. At its core, being able to have the right to bear arms means that you have also the right to use those arms to defend yourself in most states. In fact, in all states, pretty much. You have more rights to self-defense than in the UK. And yeah, I just think the USA is better in almost every way. It's a better place.
But does it not like dramatically increase the how able, for instance, a terrorist would be? Does it not? No, having access to guns there and then, because they don't just think, right, you know what, I'm in a bad mood, I'll pick up a gun and kill everyone.
I mean, they could do that with a car as well.
They could, but you can kill far more people with a gun than a car.
No, you can kill far more people with a car than a gun.
No, come on, mate.
What do you mean, come on? What's the maximum number of people killed in a shooting?
All right, right, so you've got cars and guns, we've just got cars, there you go.
Okay, what's your point?
There you go, mate. You've got the double whammy then, don't you? You've got the double whammy, you've got both.
Yeah, but then there's also the fact
more.
that you can defend yourself, which you can't do in the UK. That's a big deal, isn't it?
Right, well, you can... the thing is, if 90% of people, aggressors, don't have a gun, right, then you can defend yourself, no?
No, you can't defend yourself against someone that's stronger than you.
Right. You can't...
Yeah.
Yeah, but... Alright, mate. You can't defend yourself against someone that's stronger than you, right?
No.
So, what's the relevance with a gun then, though? Because you're not just going to walk around with a gun on you all the time, are you?
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? What, you can just walk casually out with it, yeah?
You can in America, in most states.
Right, okay. Alright, fair enough. Well, if people are that concerned that they're that weak, though,
Why does
they just
that
have
make
to
them
carry
weak?
a pocket knife. It's not that hard, is it?
You're not allowed to carry a pocket knife in the UK either.
Yeah, alright. Well, they don't just search everyone on the streets. If you're that concerned, then you would, wouldn't you?
Well, I am pretty concerned for my safety. That's why I'm moving out of the UK. Because I know that if somebody did target me, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. And if I defended myself properly, I'd probably be put in prison.
If you defended yourself, right? So you're not going to go to prison in the USA now.
You can go to prison in the USA, but it's
Right,
less
there you
likely
go,
that
right.
you'll go to prison for defending yourself.
Right? Yeah. Okay, mate. Sure. What do you think about because I'm not being funny. There's pubs in the UK older than the whole of the USA, isn't there?
Who cares?
What do you mean? Your history isn't even really history, is it?
How?
It's barely history, mate. It's like... Alright, go on. When was the USA established?
Like 1775, wasn't it? Something like that.
Right. Well, that's... I mean...
Actually, no,
that's
before
outrageous.
then, that's when... when was the Declaration of Independence? Isn't it 1775? 1776, it was official, but I think it was 1775.
Right, yeah. Alright, mate. What about... Do you not think it's quite bad that you don't have universal healthcare?
No, I think that's good.
You think that's good, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, how about the fact that UK has cheaper education but a higher literacy rate?
A higher literacy rate?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe it does. 79% of people... No one's ever brought that one up yet. Yeah, the literacy rate is very high in the UK. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, the USA should have a higher literacy rate for sure. That actually
What
annoys
do
me
you think about?
how
What do you think
people
about
talk.
sports wise?
I'm not really into sports. I don't really care about sports. But I know that
Right.
Americans are more into sports than people in the UK.
Oh, are you taking the piss? Are you taking the absolute piss?
No.
Mate, have you right? If you're not into sports, so have you not been to an American match then? No, like any sport.
What, you mean like an American football match?
Yeah.
Well, I've not been to an American sports stadium.
Right.
But they
Well,
are much
if
more
you look
into
at them on
sports than in the
videos,
UK.
do you not think they're all goofballs?
Who?
The Americans, mate. You said that the Americans are more like into sport. Look
Yeah,
at them
on
all.
average,
They
Americans
all
are
just
more-
sit there. They all just sit there.
No, the Americans are more into sport. Like, they're more into like the industry of sports on average.
They're not.
They
They
are.
are not, mate. They are not, mate.
Okay, bro.
Do you know?
Do you know what college sports are?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Do they have anything equivalent like that in the UK?
How about so there's like about over 10 divisions of football leagues in England, right?
That's it. It's
Yeah.
just football. What other sport do people care about in the UK?
Rugby, cricket.
No one cares about rugby and cricket.
Yeah, no one in America cares about rugby and cricket. Is that
No,
is that-
no one cares about rugby and cricket. Like, I've played rugby for 10 years. No one cares about rugby, bro. No one cares about cricket.
rugby. All
Maybe
right.
cricket people care more because like India's into it and stuff like that. But like, no one cares about rugby and cricket, bro. It's only football that people really care about.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. You can say, but that's like saying Americans only care about American football.
Well, yeah,
It's
but
like
they're,
me saying who
they're
cares
just
about
more.
basketball.
They're just more into sports in general. Like, it's not that deep of a conversation.
They're not.
Like,
They're not, mate.
they are, bro. It's
That
obvious.
is so
that they are.
subjective, though, is it not?
I don't think that's subjective because, like, obviously they're more insular. They've got like basketball, American football, baseball. So they're a lot more into sports.
They're a lot more into sports, right?
Yeah, like,
all right.
like fans of sports. Yeah.
Fans of sports are more into it.
No, like they have more of a sporting culture there.
Right, mate. Yeah, can I go on mute for a minute? I'll be back in a minute.
Well, I'll probably just bring someone else up because like there's a lot of people.
Oh.
waiting. You can
All right,
request.
I'll
again,
have to
though.
sacrifice.
You
All
can just
right.
request again. Okay, what about boxing and MMA in the UK? I mean, those are both big in the United States as well. The UFC is based in the United States. But to be fair, the UK is quite well known for boxing, though. King Von from the O, Jesus. Okay, let's get British General up. King Von from the O, are you like 15 or something? Like, no offense, but.
Hello?
What's up?
What's up? I like to say that.
Why is your voice so
America
quiet?
is
Are you like
better
hidden
than-
under the covers?
Sorry. I'm here to say that America is better than the UK
Yeah.
in like government wise. Like in the Declaration of Independence.
Bro, why do you
they
sound
have
like a
their-
nonce? Like, what? Speak with your chest.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sick.
Oh,
Not very
okay.
well.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. So America
Your
has
voice is like tickling my eardrum. Like, I need to like put you on loudspeaker because I can't. You're like in my ear, bro.
Is it better?
Okay, I'll let you speak because I don't want to be a douchebag.
Okay, so in like the Constitution, right? There's like laws that like freedom of speech. Like the US government cannot like put laws on freedom of speech, right? But the UK can.
Yes.
And that's why the US is way better than the UK. Like, yeah, the US has its flaws, but what country does have flaws, you know?
Yeah. So you agree? So if you agree, then basically we can't really debate because you agree with me, right?
Definitely.
Okay.
The US is just way better than the UK.
Yeah, it is way better, bro. I'm glad you agree. Thank you very much for your perspective.
Thank you.
Sorry, man. I just couldn't do that with your voice tickling my ear, man. Like, that was too tickly in my eardrums. Okay, let's get someone else up. What's up?
USA is shit. UK is shit. Every country's shit. The whole world's going shit. Thank you.
Was that a line that you just did at the end of that? Keep on doing them. Someone's enjoying their Saturday night. What's up, kitten?
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, that's good. Alright. First off, I just want to point out, I'd say statistically, the UK is better than the USA, but I also give to you that the USA does have 277 million more people in there compared to the UK.
Yeah.
So I'd say realistically it would be quite evened out, because of the much population difference. So there'd be a lot more flaws in the USA compared to the UK, as there's more people in the USA. That makes it stand out more. So I'd say they're a bit more equal in sort of sense, but I just feel about some laws in the USA are a bit ridiculous, but there's also a lot of ridiculous laws in general. So
What laws do you think are ridiculous?
I find it quite stupid that you can like just buy a gun without a license. Like, you can get a license and stuff. In the USA, it's like very easy to buy a gun and something, and it's also legal to carry a gun out in public. But in the UK, you have to go for like a full procedure and everything. So I find that if they change it, so you have to like
What
have
procedure
to go through stuff.
What procedure do you have to go through to buy a car?
Have a license and stuff. I don't
need a license to buy a car.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I haven't bought a car yet.
Why do none of you have cars? Like, I'm not even trying to be a douche.
I'm
but, like,
broke, bro. I'm
every
broke.
single person I've spoke to on this live just doesn't have a car.
I'm broke. Don't judge me. I'm broke.
I'm not even judging you. Like, my car's like old as hell. I got like a 2012 BMW, but like, I'm just saying, like, it's weird that everyone has no car. I spoke to older people as well with no cars on here as well.
Oh, that's crazy.
All right. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, I just feel like if anyone else is going to come up, you just think about the significance difference in the population, because it gives it unfair when people are researching it, because the percentage would be higher compared to the UK.
I hear
you. Think? Yeah.
I hear you. All right, man. Well, take care.
All right, you too.
He's making the point that a lot of the stats might maybe suffer from skew or something because of how big the USA is, which is true. Angry Mob Shop says, "Why do you live here but constantly push this message that the USA is better? Why are you not there?" Well, first of all, good question. I want to move there, and I'm in the process of moving there. That's number one. Number two is because a lot of the issues facing the USA have already been solved by facing the UK have already been solved by the USA. Number three, I think that the UK is suffering from issues that I consider humanitarian, like the restriction of free speech and people's inability to defend themselves. And I think that, again, the USA has addressed those issues. Four, I think most people in the UK would be better off if they actually upped and moved to the New World, because the UK is just going to be very difficult to fix, and they'll have a better quality of life, especially the average UK citizen, because of the high literacy rate, the high education rate. If you live in the UK, once you've like gone through the education system, so to speak, if you then up and move to the USA, you'll have much better outcomes and opportunities. You'll form part of the cohort of society that's doing better than the average. So yeah, that's pretty much why. What's my opinion on Trump? I'm not really a Trump like follower. There's a lot of things that he says that I disagree with. I give him a 6 out of 10, but he's probably like one of the best presidents that there's been in terms of his leadership skills. In terms of his policies, I don't know if he's like that good. He's good, better than like the alternatives. I like some of the stuff that he's done in conjunction with other agencies and stuff. Like, I like his Supreme Court justice picks. I think that they're doing a good job. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a Trump follower though, no. The father of the vaccine. What's up?
Hi. So I think the UK is better because it just has better food and better government and basically that.
How is it? How does that better government?
Because Trump is clearly not good.
Why?
Because he fancies his own daughter.
Really?
Yes. You can go on TikTok and you see interviews of him. Like, saying he wants to have sex with his own daughter and stuff, so.
He said that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't like him anymore because he said that.
Yeah, and he's racist and homophobic.
He's racist and homophobic?
Yeah.
Why did he have a gay marriage at Mar-a-Lago?
I don't know.
Would a homophobe do that?
I don't know, but he
Host
doesn't.
a gay marriage at their house. Would a homophobe do that?
I don't know.
Oh.
But you're a black man and you should think about how he's racist.
What did he do that's racist? Once you tell me what he's done, then I'll start saying, okay, I don't like him because he's racist. Go on, tell me.
Houses to white people.
He what?
He would only sell houses to white people.
He would only sell houses to white people. And what's the evidence of this? Is that because someone sued him?
No, but I've seen.
Yeah, someone sued him and said that sued him for housing discrimination, right?
I don't know.
If I sue you for housing discrimination, does that mean you're a racist?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so if I put in a lawsuit today, then you now become a racist.
Well, if it's true, then.
And how do you establish if it's true?
Well, I'm not racist.
No, you're a racist. Because I said
No,
so.
I'm not.
No, you're a racist. You're accusing Trump, so I'm going to accuse you. That's not very nice, is it?
You like Trump?
No, it's not very nice when somebody accuses you of stuff like that, is it? I'm just going to call you a racist now. You're a racist. Why are you being racist to me?
There's literal proof.
No, you're being racist. You're only saying this because you're a racist. I've got proof. Everyone's seeing the proof right now.
What are you even saying?
No, you're racist.
I'm not though.
You are.
What are you even saying?
Does it feel nice when someone calls you a racist for no reason?
No, but Trump is
feel
one.
nice. But how is he a racist? You're not explaining it.
I literally said that he only sells houses to white people.
Someone said, "Oh no, it's not going my way. Put out the race card." Imagine being that slow that you can't even pick up on a facetious tone. Like, come on, man. Yeah, that's not true, darling. I'm sorry.
Okay, believe what you want.
Okay, I will do. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Where are all the people above 18, please? What's minimum age requirement? 18.
Wait.
What's up?
Hey, what's good? So you're debating on if the UK is better than is worse than the USA.
Yeah.
Okay, well let's think about this. They have a convicted felon, a rapist as a president, shootings. We have better healthcare. It's completely free. We basically get we get paid for having kids here. Abortion, it's still legal in the country. Whereas in America it's not legal.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
I've got a computer, yeah. It's covered in poo, but it's free.
That's great.
It's got poo all in the keys and the keyboard and poo in the hard drive, but it's free. Here you go. That's better than your computer because it's free.
My computer's
Checkmate.
free as well. I don't pay for my. I don't pay for my laptop.
Checkmate.
Okay, but that's not what we're debating, is it?
No, you
We're
said because
debating about...
you said something's better because it's free.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You
I
said,
didn't think I
you
said
said
that.
the
No,
USA,
I did not
you
say...
did. You said that the healthcare in the UK is better because it's free.
Yeah, healthcare. I'm not talking about laptops. Healthcare, as in hospital, here is free.
You mean paid for by people's taxes, right? So how does that make it better just because it's so-called free?
Sorry?
You're saying that it's better, and the only reason you've given that it's better is because it's free. So can you explain why something's better because it's free?
Well, we don't have to pay not pounds, in your country, dollars. You don't pay thousands of dollars. I've seen the amount of money that you have to pay to actually have an ambulance come to your house, or like you would have to go to hospital just because, like, I don't know, let's say you're in a situation and you had to go to hospital,
Yeah.
but you couldn't because you can't afford it.
Yeah.
But here in the UK, you can just go straight to the hospital for free. You can get an ambulance for free.
You can do that. You can do that in the USA too.
Yes, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is it's free in the
Yeah,
USA.
You can get it for free in the USA too if you can't afford it.
Yes, but in most cases, people can't afford it.
Most people can't afford it.
Well, some people can, but based off the prices I've seen, like, it's a lot.
Well, how is it that most people have health coverage then?
Sorry, hold on. I've reached into that. Sorry?
How is it that most people have health insurance if most people can't afford it?
Well, that's down to them. If they want to get health insurance, they can get health insurance.
So 92% of people have health insurance in the USA, so they can afford it. And of that 8%, some of those people are illegal immigrants.
Health insurance doesn't mean it. Health insurance doesn't mean it's free.
No, it means that they can afford it because they have health insurance. They have it. If
They can afford it. They can afford it, so it's cheaper, but it's still not free.
It's not free in the UK either.
NHS is free, and that is
It's
paid
paid for by people's taxes, but obviously people's healthcare in the USA is paid for through private insurance. Both of those are paid for.
Yes, but what I'm talking about here is that if you go to the hospital, let's say you had a seizure or something and you need to go to the hospital,
Yeah.
you can go to the hospital for free. You can come out having to pay nothing.
Yeah. Except your taxes.
So, yes, taxes. You have to pay taxes. Everyone has to pay taxes.
Exactly.
But yeah, that depends on your age as well. Your wage.
So
that's my bad. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Saying you got it wrong. That's actually hilarious.
No. Right. Sorry, hold on. Right.
So you're like 10 or something. Like, how old are you? Like 13 or something?
Why would I tell you my age?
Okay.
Are you asking?
Yeah. We were about to get the false allegations. What's up?
Yo. Bro, also on the healthcare thing, yeah. Basically, what she was trying to say is like, yeah, we pay taxes that go towards it, but she was mainly saying like, when you need to, like, imagine you break an arm, when you need to go to the hospital, you can go there for free and not have to like. But obviously, we have to pay taxes, which pays for it. But when you like go there and get a cast, for example, if you broke an arm, then you can get the cast for free and leave, and you wouldn't have to pay anything.
Yeah,
but then
that's
obviously,
the same in the USA, and then you pay later.
Yeah. Also, you know your 92% thing of people with health insurance.
Yeah.
100% of Britain can go to the NHS for free at the point of like arrival.
Yeah, it's free at the point of care in the USA too.
It's just
so this is what happens. It's free at the point of care in both the UK and the USA. When you leave, you get a bill that you have to pay. In the UK, that bill is your taxes. In the USA, that bill is a private bill. That's the difference.
Yeah, and it's thousands to just have a child in the US. Like, if you didn't have health insurance and you were pregnant and you didn't have health insurance, you had to pay. You'd have to pay thousands for so many things just to have a child in the US.
You know, kids cost money, right, in general. So if you're going to bring someone in the world, it costs money. But you do realize that you can also have a child for free in the USA.
Well, I've seen multiple TikToks of women going over how much they had to pay when they had
they
their
never
child.
tell you that their health insurance pays for it. They never tell you they didn't actually pay that. It's just what the bill says.
What about that? What about that 8%? What about that? One of those people from that 8% is pregnant and having a child without health insurance. Then they're basically broke.
Then they'll get the child. They will be free. Then they would get covered by emergency Medicaid.
There's billions of dollars of just debt from health insurance in the US.
Yeah, that's because everybody writes off their debt so they don't have to pay it.
I can go to school without getting shot.
You're gonna what?
I can go to school without getting shot.
Really? Maybe I should do that to you then. And then you'd be wrong.
Damn! Oh, good luck trying to get a gun.
Oh.
No, what? No. Do you know another thing that is so much better in the UK?
What?
That we can drink at 18. You lot could get a fully automatic assault rifle at 18.
You can't get a fully automatic assault rifle.
Or you can get a pistol at least at
It's
18.
semi-automatic.
Yeah. You can get a pistol at 18 so you can kill other people, but you can't
kill
have
people. It's illegal.
Well, also the thing that really confuses me is if you're going to give guns to like everyone, yeah, then like guns are for protection, yeah.
Well, that's what they're mostly for. They're also for hunting mostly as well.
Yeah, but if you give everyone a gun for protection,
you don't have to give everyone a gun.
No. For example, yeah. But like, if someone's got a gun for protection, and they don't like someone, they have a gun that can even kill someone if they want to go and kill someone.
Yeah, just like they can just go to their house and stab them.
Yeah. But the difference is you can kill someone from range with a gun, but if you have a knife, then you have to get up close and personal.
What if you just run them over?
What about if you don't have a car?
You could just rent a car for the day. It's cheaper to rent a car than it is to buy a gun.
Yeah, but the difference is you can a car. For example, the top speed limit here, 70 miles an hour. Yeah.
You realise if someone wants to kill someone, they're not exactly concerned about the speed limit.
Yeah, but like, how fast do you think an average car goes?
Like 100 miles per hour, 110.
100 miles an hour. How fast is a bullet?
Both of them can kill someone, though, right?
Yeah, but the difference is the amount of people that are getting ran over and the amount of people.
By the way, if you want to kill someone with a gun, it's also fairly difficult if you're not in range of them. So you still have to get up close to them if you want to reliably be able to kill them. Like, it would be quite difficult to kill someone from like 50 meters away with a gun. In fact, it'd be very difficult.
It's impossible to kill someone with a knife within 50 meters.
No, but I'm saying you still have to get relatively close to them.
Yeah.
So what's your point, really? If someone wants to kill someone, they're going to kill them.
Yeah, but if like you lot are always talking about how we just stab each other.
I've never even brought it up.
No, but like most Americans are like, oh yeah, you lot stab each other, and then make like 1800s jokes when we had our empire.
I'm not American.
But you're not American. Where are you from?
I'm from London.
You're from London?
Yeah.
And you still think the US is better?
Yeah, because it is.
It's just not.
Have you been there?
Yeah, we've mentioned school shootings private.
Have you been there?
No, I haven't.
So how do you know?
Because it's better, isn't it? UK just is better.
What countries have you been to in your life?
I've been to Cuba. That's the closest I've been to America. I've been to Cuba. I've been to Spain. I've been to Wales. I've been to Greece. I've been to Tunisia. I've been to Turkey.
And do you think the UK is the best out of all of those countries?
It depends what we're going off of. If we're going on like the weather, then the UK is not better. But if we're going off of living standards, then the UK would be better.
Don't you think that the weather's a big deal as well?
Yeah, I said.
Yeah.
If we're going off weather, then
So I got another question for you. So you say the UK is better, and obviously the UK, most people live in major cities, right? Which cities in the UK do you think are better than like living in America? Oh, 20k likes, lovely.
Which cities?
That's what I say as I finish spraying my ejaculate on your mother. Sorry, go on.
American cities are definitely bigger.
Like, which cities do you think are better? Like, name the cities that you're like, yeah, this place, this is the bee's knees.
The bee's knees. Huh?
Huh?
What you say?
No, I'm just saying, like, which cities do you think are good, like, in the UK?
A lot of cities are
like,
good.
Name some good cities.
London's a good city.
So London, you think it's better to live in London than, like, let's say, Chicago?
Well, I personally base off of, like...
Sheffield.
Nah, Sheffield's class, mate. What are you on about?
Okay.
Should
we get? Oh, I know what we can do. Let's get this. Top 50 cities, USA. Right. Let's get like some cities, and then you tell. I'm gonna listen, and then you tell me which ones you think London is better than. Okay. So we've got New York.
It's bigger.
Do you think London's better than New York?
It's easier to get around. New York's massive. You have to take a car just to get to the shop.
That's not true.
Well, it is.
There's delis on like every single corner in New York City.
Yeah, but you could walk to the shop in London.
You can walk to the shop in New York as well.
Yeah, but it's a lot more difficult.
It's not difficult. There's delis
New
on
York's
literally
massive.
every corner.
New York's massive.
Bro, I promise you there's delis on every single corner in New York. Every corner, like pretty much every block has a shop, pretty much. Almost like, you know. And I've lived in New York. Okay, so New York. So what about Los Angeles? Better than London?
Are we just gonna go off cities, or are we just gonna talk? Or are we going to talk about anything else?
No, I just want to get an idea, because you're saying that the UK is better, but everybody in the UK is living in cities. So the let's say top 5 cities or top 50 cities UK. I don't even know if there's 50 major cities, but I want to compare, because this is where everyone is actually living. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we can go city for city. So we've got London, New York. So is Birmingham better than Los Angeles?
Probably not.
Okay.
Manchester.
Right. Is Manchester better than Chicago?
Well, I've never been,
no, just hear me out.
I've never been to these cities.
But what do you think? Like, what do you think when you hear Chicago, one of the biggest cities in the world? It's got roughly the same population as Birmingham. Do you think, or Manchester? It's got more population than Manchester.
Right.
But do you think the city of Chicago? Do you think Manchester is better than Chicago?
I don't know, because I've never been to the cities.
Okay.
Like I can't see my point on different cities if I've never been to the cities.
Okay, fair enough. What was the other point you wanted to say?
Education in UK is just so much better. Which is just as.
Let me ask you. You said education is better. So, what is education supposed to lead to? Like, what is the purpose of people getting educated?
Better paying jobs.
So if people in the UK are better educated but they have worse paying jobs, doesn't that mean that education is bad? Because even with people being educated, they're not getting the outcome that they want from being educated.
Well, no, because imagine you get a good degree in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you move to America and you get paid more.
Yeah.
Then like you saying that if you get paid more in America, then education's just like pointless.
No. I'm saying that in America you can be less educated and get a better outcome from what education is supposed to provide you, which is success and the ability to provide for your family. So if you can get those better outcomes even while being less educated, then doesn't that technically mean that there's something wrong with the UK's education system? And also, if people in the UK are getting educated, but then they don't even understand like freedom of speech and the right to bear arms and other like civil liberties that we're supposed to have, and
But we
end up
don't
with
really need the right to bear arms, because if you give everyone a gun, then the guns are harmful.
All I'm saying on the education point is, if everyone's being educated but they're being turned into like a dumb communist, then it doesn't even matter, does it?
Alright, I'm gonna come off. Let someone else speak now.
All right, man.
I've been on here quite yet.
Okay, take care, bro.
Thank you.
Someone said what he's saying is wrong. You don't get better education in America at all. They're pretty much the okay. I'm not saying that education is better in America. I'm saying if you can be less educated and do better, then what's the issue?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Can I just ask you, do you support Trump? Because like, if you don't, then my whole entire argument.
When you say support, what do you mean? Like, do I agree with with most of the stuff he does?
Like, would you vote for him?
Yeah, I would have voted for him over Kamala Harris if I had to vote.
But he's a felon.
So, if he is a felon, who cares?
He's committed 34 felony counts of falsifying records.
Yeah, he just got stitched up by a New York court. That's all.
That's 34. That's not even a mistake though. That's 34. That's not 1 or 2. That's 34 falsified records.
Did he falsify them personally, or did somebody put in some record that was incorrect on his behalf because he's a billionaire?
Well, I don't know who was personally behind it, just himself, but he was somewhere in that, because otherwise it wouldn't.
Do you know that nobody has ever been convicted in that manner for what he supposedly did?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Nobody has ever been convicted in the way that he has by stacking felony counts for that offence in history. You know that, right?
Nobody's been convicted for like 34 felons.
Nobody. See how they for the offence that he supposedly committed, the way that they stacked those felonies and convicted him, that's never happened before in history.
Okay, so does that mean?
So
it's
my point is that he was just being deliberately targeted by a New York court.
Are you just saying that it didn't happen at all? That it's like falsified? Like what?
You have to kind of understand that business records and the documentation thereof are quite. They're quite. It's difficult to trace and track things, and it's very easy to convict somebody of making some kind of mistake. In other words, that offence, it's like if I took your business accounting and found a mistake that you made in it, and said because you've put the mistake in, then that means you're now a felon. I mean, you can pretty much do that to anyone. Any business person, you would be able to do that to.
But does that mean he should still be our president? Like that's like just throwing it out the window, though. That's 34 counts, and he's the president of America.
But the whole reason why the judges, the legal system in New York did that is so that people like you would say what you're saying now. So it worked basically. So I wouldn't bother paying it attention, because obviously it's just a targeted attack on someone, a targeted political attack.
All right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
What do you say about the American stats? Like I think it's 11%. Hold on, let me go check. 11.6% of Americans are in poverty, and that's like 38.4 million people in America that are in poverty. You
should look up the percentage of UK people that are in poverty. It might surprise you.
Yeah, but
look it up.
On healthcare, if they cannot afford the healthcare, what are they supposed to do? I'll search it up. But
yeah, look up the percentage of people in the UK that are in poverty.
No, but on the fact I was just talking about, if they cannot afford health.
Before we move on to the next point,
Yeah.
you said that about America. So can you just look up the percentage of people in the UK that are in poverty?
Okay. It says around 18%.
Is that more than 11%?
Yeah, but honestly, okay.
So there's
we're gonna-
a greater percentage of people in poverty in the UK than in the USA, right? By
Yeah.
almost double. Okay, cool. Just
True,
carry
that's
on.
true. By the way, in America that was 38 million people, and the UK that is 14. Though they do have like different populations, so honestly.
So there's 4 times more people in America, and half the number of people in poverty.
But we know that they have to pay for their healthcare, right?
Yeah, everybody pays for everything in this world. That's how the
Yeah.
world works.
But they do get it by NHS. So what are they supposed to do? Those people in poverty.
They get
If they-
Medicaid.
Yeah, but what are they gonna do with those bills after?
They don't get bills, or they get small bills. Most of the time, they get barely any bill.
Those will add up over time, will they not?
No, they
Just
barely get any bill. Like I've used Medicaid before, and it was free. I got free healthcare in the USA.
Free healthcare in the USA.
Yeah,
Where are you getting this from?
my son was born in the USA, and he was born for free because it was done under Medicaid. Because some states give you Medicaid even if you're not a citizen, which most Americans don't agree with, but it's still a thing right now.
Okay, fair. You made a good point there. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Again, what accent people? Oh, people talking about accents. That's kind of funny. Oh, we have no more requesters. Oh my gosh. Okay, we've been live for 3 hours. What should we do? We got quite a lot of likes this live. Let's try to see if we can hit the 30k target for likes. Someone said you have to qualify for Medicaid, meaning you have to be poor. Yeah, basically. Kind of sucks how the middle class gets squeezed, because like if you just about pass the threshold for Medicaid, then you're paying like high insurance premiums. But if you're broke, then you get it for free. Come on, man. Do you know what would be cool if people in the USA started like changing the way that their assets are structured, so that they or changing the way that their wages are done, so that like they don't have to, like, maybe you guys should all just start using cash, like pay each other cash in hand, and just don't pay them taxes. Because literally, like, if everybody was just like at a certain lower income level and could hide their wages, then you guys wouldn't get squeezed so much, the middle class. I mean, oh, these are all guest requests. Damn, I didn't realize how many requests there were. I thought that was just the invites. Okay, hold on. Let's get someone up. That's called tax fraud. Yeah, I know. What's up?
Yeah, you alright?
Yeah.
So, did you know that tax in America is higher than UK on every level?
It's not.
It is. You can just give it a good, quick Google search if you want to.
No, I've already looked it up. It's not.
Well, I guess it does depend on which level you're talking about, how much you earn, but it depends. I'm not going to ask how much you earn, obviously, but yeah. Also, the fact that you expressed on people, like with education, say if you didn't get as good grades in America, and you said that's a good fact, how you can get a better job even with lower grades.
Yeah.
Say you're the customer of that company, and would you want someone serving you with like worse grades? Like,
I don't really care about
as
grades.
a shopper, like whatever it is in America, like GCSE is equivalent in America.
I mean, me personally, I don't care about grades.
But some might, like,
because most people I know that are educated are like the dumbest people that I know.
Like how? Like,
because
like
they're just
sense
brainwashed.
or
Like they just
IQ?
think that because they got educated on something that it means that they're smart, but they usually have no common sense. Like they're just slow. Like it's like how America. Like think about it. People in the UK are supposedly so educated, but look how many times I get people on who don't even understand why it makes sense for people to be able to defend themselves. They literally come on here and advocate for the government to be able to take away their own rights, and they're supposed to be more educated. They don't, like, I literally have people come on here telling me, well, if someone's racist, they should be arrested. These are the educated people.
I mean, to be honest, like, but say you're an accountant, it doesn't matter, like, your street sense. I just want you to be good at maths. If you're my accountant, I just want you to be able to do my accounts. I don't want you to be a nice person. I just want you to be able to do my accounts.
Yeah, but obviously there are good accountants in the USA that are highly educated.
But you said some badly educated people get in there, and that's not what I want for my account.
No, because I'm not talking about the people that are supposed to be accountants. Those people will go through a strict educational vetting process because what they're doing is like more of a technical skill. I'm saying that someone who's uneducated can get a job that's not as renowned as an accountant and earn more than a UK citizen. Like they can just do like mowing people's lawns or do like a manual labor job or do welding or like they can just do a normal job and they still earn more than a UK citizen. That's what I'm saying.
To be fair, that's not what you said in the first place, and I'm not saying you can't change it.
That's not what I said.
No, you just simply said straight up, people who get worse grades can get more jobs. But now I understand.
No, I'm making the point that even with less education, you still earn more wages on average, which is the outcome that you're looking for by getting educated.
But you didn't say in what job specifically.
On average. So the whole okay, would you go to school if it gave you no outcome? No, you're only.
You legally have to go to school. You legally have to go to school.
Well, in the UK, you legally have to go to school. You could get it's much easier. Well, you can get homeschooled either way, but there are states.
But it's still school. It's still learning.
Cool. Let's just assume in both countries you legally have to go to school. Cool. So the point I'm making is you're going to school to get some kind of outcome, right?
Yeah.
So the outcome is an inquisitive mind, an innovative mind, a mind that is conducive to entrepreneurship and development and improve and better technology, and then also a mind that would enable you to earn a certain wage and provide for your family, right?
Yeah, but
those outcomes are all better in the USA. So even though they're less educated, how is it that the outcome that you're supposed to get from being educated, you're getting it better in the USA?
But like you said, mowing people's lawns, right? You said you can do with bad education. You can do that in UK. You can start your own business. You don't need really investment to start a lawn mowing business. You can buy you a lawnmower for not much money, mate.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying that all of the outcomes that you're looking for by getting educated are better. Like you have better outcomes for those things in the USA. So they can't be that as dumb as they seem to be. That's the point. They may seem to be uneducated on paper, but they're doing better in terms of the actual outcomes. Like imagine
that's just paper.
Like imagine this here. Imagine you have a dude that knows how to, like, let's say he knows how to build a house on paper. He's got the best grades in his carpentry class. And then there's another dude who everybody goes to him because he has really good feedback because his houses are better. Which guy are you going to go to? You're not going to be like,
you can do that
on your piece of paper, it says you got better grades. No, you're going to be like, his outcomes are better. He's better at the job because he's shown and proved through his outcomes that he's better.
But that's starting your own business. And you can do that in the UK as well. You're not showing a difference between the UK and America.
I don't think you get what I'm saying. I'm saying for education specifically, the whole point of getting educated is to achieve certain outcomes. But if you can achieve those outcomes without having to be as educated, then that implies that there's either something about the society that's better or that education is not as important as we think in order to achieve those outcomes.
But with something like maths, that's paper. You can't, it's not like different in an outside of school scenario. Maths is maths. 1 + 1 is 2. So you're not going to get different on a grade and then in real life, because if you don't think 1 + 1 is 2, then, you're screwed.
Maybe, okay, let me put it this way. Maybe what it could be is that education is important, but after a certain threshold, being more educated doesn't necessarily lead to better outcomes. It could be something like that. Let's just put it that way. Because Americans are educated, they just have on the public school system is generally worse than what it is and how it is in the UK. But if the public school system in the UK is so good, why are our outcomes in society not reflective of the public school system being good? Like, why are the wages so suppressed? Like, why is it that the average person is so brainwashed? Why are we not able to advocate for our own rights? Why are people so misinformed about like the belligerence of the state and their own freedoms? Like, why, if we're so well educated, why is everybody technically so dumb?
Could you please elaborate on brainwashed?
Well, there's people like you, for example, who you genuinely believe that the biggest economy in the world, with the most opportunity in the world, one of the greatest nations that's ever existed, you think the UK is better. A small island is better than a nation 42 times bigger with a massive, a 4 times bigger economy. Like, I think that's just delusional.
Are we wait, you really think size can contribute to how good a country is? Can I just get that straight?
Of course it does.
Really?
Of course.
Okay. Oh, no, that's just fine. I don't agree with you, but it's fine to disagree. It's fine to disagree.
Yeah.
About, a country like Libya. That's a huge country, but, they're not necessarily doing well.
It's mostly desert.
But it's still land mass. A lot of USA is desert.
Is the USA mostly desert, or is it mostly the biggest economies in the world?
But we're still talking about size.
Yeah, but
Libya's bigger than the UK, but the UK has a better economy than Libya.
Yeah, but the USA is bigger and better. So it being bigger is a plus, right? But it's bigger and better. It's bigger and it's filled with places that are the number one economies. Let me get the list right. Hold on. List of cities in the world by GDP. Like, because I don't think people actually understand.
It's not all about cities, mate.
I don't think people actually understand this. I think when they think about USA, what they think about is like. So let me just give you an idea of like. Okay, so these I'm gonna list out. Let's just do the top 50. This is the top 50 places in the world by GDP. Which is
okay, so wait.
Okay, so New York, Jersey City metropolitan area is the number one place in the world by GDP by far. Yeah. Then we've got the Greater Tokyo area, so Japan. Then third, we've got Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim. That's the third biggest. Then we've got Paris. Then we've got London. So London's number 5, right? Of the top 50, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So almost half of the top 50 cities in the world by GDP are in the United States.
Okay, where are you moving to in the United States? You say you're going to move. Where are you moving to? What city?
Place, man.
What state?
Well, the place I'm going to be in the USA in like 10 days. So the place I'm going to be in is South Carolina.
Okay, what's that city's GDP?
That's a state.
What's the city in there? Sorry.
I mean, South Carolina's not like one of the most rich states, but it has like Charleston.
Okay, so you're moving there though? If it's everything's about rich, you're moving there?
I'm not necessarily moving there, but...
You just said you are.
I said I'm going there.
Okay, where you said you're moving to the UK? Wait, to the US, sorry.
Yeah.
What state are you moving?
Well, I would consider moving to maybe like North Carolina or South Carolina, maybe Virginia, Texas.
Okay, some of those might not have biggest GDPs as the other, but you're still moving there. Not everything's about GDPs. It's about quality of life. GDP doesn't contribute to quality of life. If I want to have a nice quality of life, I could live a lot of places in England. Like a nice small village.
Yeah.
A small village. I can wake up, have a nice sip of coffee, and have a nice small family life.
I agree. But GDP is more about economic opportunity, I'd say. Like the size of an economy. But I was just giving an idea of like what we're talking about when we're talking about the USA, because you were mentioning about Libya's desert, so that's the only reason I was bringing up the
you were talking about landmass.
No, listen to what I'm saying. That's why I'm caveating it by bringing up the fact that almost half of the major cities in the world, major metropolitan areas, are in of the top 50. Almost half of the top 50 are in the USA, because it was a rebuttal to what you were saying about just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's better. I was making a point that it's bigger and it has all of these major economies. So it's not filled with desert, it's filled with cities that have massive metropolitan areas. And also what you said about, you could live in a cottage and just chill. That's the kind of lifestyle I want. But it's easier to live that lifestyle in a place where the government is not constantly breathing down your neck, and you can defend yourself, and you can buy land for cheaper, and you can have your, have a relatively laid back lifestyle with lower taxes, and and have more freedoms.
Okay, wait, what party do you support in the UK?
I don't support any of the political parties. I like David Curtin's Heritage Party though.
Okay. Do you think they'd be breathing down your neck?
Yeah, I don't think there's any political party in the UK that serves my interest. Put it this way, a lot of my views are controversial and extreme in the USA. In South Carolina, I don't think there's any views that I have that are even controversial.
Look, I'm never going to, discriminate against someone for their views. Everyone has views, so.
Like literally everything I think, everyone I know, they treat me like I'm literally nuts. Like my family, my friends, because of the stuff I say. In a place like South Carolina or North Carolina, nobody would, no one would even care about any of the stuff I'm saying. Oh yeah, right to bear arms. They're like, yeah, okay.
Well, everyone has different walks of life, so everyone's going to have a different view.
Okay. It's only controversial because of how the UK is. The UK is like a suffocating tyranny where like everybody's really brainwashed, but they somehow still think they're smart. And it's like extremely feminist and extremely like terrible public services. But it's like the public consciousness hasn't caught up with how bad the UK is yet. That's why people like me are always going on about it, because the average person hasn't figured out, oh my god, this place actually is really terrible yet. They're still like most people are like 10 years behind where we actually are right now. But I'm always ahead of the curve because I'm like always like keep my finger on the pulse of everything going on around me. So when I'm saying this is what everyone's going to figure out in like 10 years.
So why is it? Have you ever lived in the US before?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the UK, what experiences have you had with the government breathing down your neck?
Oh man, I could just go on and on. So I've been falsely convicted of 2 crimes before and 1 on appeal. I've been arrested for having a bread knife. My daughter was killed by the NHS and they covered it up. I've been arrested for an online post trying to expose that my daughter was killed. I've had non-molestation orders put on me, stalking protection orders put on me for just the words of a woman. Basically saying that she felt distressed by my online posts, which were not even, controversial, had no swearing or anything like that. Just people disagreeing with my opinion. I've had social services try and take my kids because I didn't want them to suffer medical negligence, and also because I didn't want them to get a rare vaccine. They tried to forcibly vaccinate my kids as well. I could just go on and on and on.
Okay.
And all of that probably wouldn't have happened to me in the USA. It's all based on... Yeah, because it's all based on your speech being offensive or a serrated bread knife somehow being posing a threat. So it's all based on stuff that's not even criminal in the United States.
So has your respective missus ever had a child in the US, just out of interest?
Yeah.
If you don't mind answering. Did that go better?
Yeah.
But do you think that could be because there's a staff in the thing? Maybe you're just unlucky with the people you meet.
No, it's not luck. It's because that's how people in the UK think. They like tyranny. They're very first of all, it's very, very feminist. So if somebody says something like, oh my gosh, you made me feel distressed, the police in the put it this way, the police in the UK and most of the civil service are leftist ideologues. So they're like extreme left-wing people. So if you don't think like them, they will persecute and target you.
Okay, right, that's fine. Yeah. But you could have an abortion in the US. How do you feel about that?
You can have abortions in both countries. But I'm against abortion.
That's what I'm saying. I think abortion should be allowed, but not, 4 weeks before the pregnant, but at a certain way, because the child isn't conscious.
But the reason why, the truth of the matter is, and most people that see my live, that do watch regularly, one thing that they will come to realize is that all of you guys think the same. So you don't even think what you think because it's actually your opinions. It's just because everyone else in the UK thinks that. You all have the same views, but you just can't see it. You all just think the same.
You can't lump a whole group of people
every
into a
day.
box.
You all think the same shit. You say the same stuff. Like, all of your opinions are all the same. I literally do this live every single day, bro.
But you can't lump the whole UK
You
into
sound
one
the same. You talk like all your ideas are the same. It's just like,
some people in America are gonna have the same views as me. What are you gonna do?
Homegrown. Am I bugging, or are all of these guys, every single one of their opinions the same? Homegrown's here on almost every live.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why? Because you're saying the USA is better than the UK. People who think the UK is the USA is better than the UK aren't going to come up and debate you. So the people who have different opinions than you are going to come up and debate you. If you have the same opinion as you, they're not going to come up and debate you, mate. That's why.
That's a good point. But the difference is that they debate me with the exact same words. Like they never.
But you've never debated someone who has the same beliefs as you because they've not debated you because we agree.
No,
right? How do you know someone?
No, because people come up that agree and people come up that disagree. But the people there's people in the USA that disagree with me, but they usually disagree for like a range of different reasons. Sometimes you get people that are really like well versed on the US healthcare system that have good critiques. Like we had someone yesterday, we had a really good conversation where I disagreed with him, but he was raising really good points. He's more like informed about what he's talking about. Most of the people that disagree in the UK, they're just like brainwashed. They're just like, but we don't want to get school shootings. Oh, but guns are bad. Oh, but NHS
I'm not saying
good.
anything about that.
No, but like, oh, but NHS good. Oh, but guns are bad. Oh, abortion bad. Abortion good. Like they just
Guns
all
are
the same
bad.
things. And then if I say that, break it down, you're just like, what do you mean? So people should just be able to walk around with guns? Like you haven't even thought deeply about it. It's just what you got taught by the system in the UK, and you can't shake it. Like you can't shake the brainwashing.
You're telling me that what all we're saying is the same, but you're not telling me why it's bad. I'm just.
It's bad because it stifles human freedom unnecessarily. It's tyranny.
So you think people should be able to walk around with guns?
Yes.
And knives? I'm not
Yes.
saying. Okay. Do you think people should be able to walk into schools with knives? No, and guns, knives and guns.
Well, it depends because a school, a school is for children. So I don't think children should have weapons, but I think adults that are in school should be able to have weapons.
Really?
Yeah.
What about if no one has weapons in the whole world? Do you think that would be better?
So you think you're going to be able to disarm the entire world?
No. I'm just saying hypothetically.
If nobody had weapons in the world, then I suppose that could be good, except for the fact that we would no longer be able to kill animals. So then we would just get overrun by animals. So weapons obviously serve a purpose.
We would get overrun.
Yeah.
We wouldn't get overrun because cavemen, they didn't have guns, but they
had
animals
weapons.
have took over us.
They had
yeah,
weapons.
but we could still have weapons. I'm saying guns.
We wouldn't be
I'm
able to
saying guns.
overcome any animals. Majority of the animals in the wild would overwhelm, or at least the large mammals and big cats and stuff like that would overwhelm us if we didn't have weapons.
But they had big cats in Stone Age and that.
They had weapons. Like, what
But
do you
we
not
could have
understand?
weapons. I'm just saying guns.
You just said
I'm
if
just saying
everybody
guns.
had no weapons.
Well, I mean guns. My bad.
Okay, so you think that we should go back to using spears to deal with animals?
No. I said hypothetically. You haven't answered the question. I said hypothetically. If no one had guns, do you think that would be better?
No, it wouldn't be better because then we would have to fight off animals with spears.
Okay, but that's what they did in Stone Age.
So
We
you
have
think-
high technology.
So you think we should not have guns so that we can then deal with animals and big cats who are a threat or other wildlife species who can infringe on our agriculture with spears?
I never said spears.
What would we use
I just
to
think
deal with
it's a
the
policing
animals?
problem. It's a policing problem.
What
right?
would we use
so
to
people
deal
should be
with
stocked with
animals?
knives and people should be stocked with guns.
What would we use to deal with animals if there were no guns?
Knives.
So you think we should go up against a big cat that is threatening someone's livestock with a knife?
Livestock? What?
This is the problem. This is what I'm talking about being uninformed, ignorant, and brainwashed.
But do you see
don't
big
even
cats
know
walking
what
around our
guns are
cities?
used for.
Are you
You
seeing
don't
big
even know what
cats
you're
walking around our cities threatening people?
Bro, it's not the city. You realize that like half the population in most countries live in rural areas.
So why do you keep talking about cities?
Because I was talking about metropolitan areas to tell you that when in comparison to you saying, oh, Libya's a desert, is that better? And I was like, well, if it was a desert with all the major metropolitan areas, then you might have an argument that it's better than the UK, right? I was making the point that the USA is not like a desert. It's like, even if it was a desert landscape, it would be a desert landscape with half of the top major metropolitan areas in the world in it. That's why I was making the point about cities. But the point about big cats is to make you realize that guns have a purpose outside of gun assaults and school shootings. They have a purpose, like maintaining wildlife. Even deer populations can become overgrown. You know, big cats threaten wildlife like sheep and other animals. People have guns for an actual reason. Not everybody lives in the city, so some people live in rural areas. I have a friend in upstate New York, and she was on Snapchat call with me once. She turned the camera on, there was a fucking bear in her backyard, and she was like, "Oh, it's okay. I got a shotgun, so like, if anything, like, you know, if there's anything bad, I've got this shotgun in case a bear comes near." But she showed me the thing. There was like a bear in her garden.
But we're using guns more for humans more than we are animals. You see,
no, we're not.
Yes, but even the smallest amount of guns against humans is bad.
We're not using guns more for humans and animals. We probably use guns 99% for animals and 1% for humans. Probably even more. Probably 99.5%.
Right, but in the UK we don't have guns, and we're not being attacked by big cats, as you put it.
Yeah, but if we didn't have guns to hunt the deer populations, then there'll be loads of deer running around in the UK.
I don't think there would.
Yes, there would, because
really
the guns
wouldn't.
are used to maintain a deer. See, this is the thing. You don't know what you're talking about. That's just the truth of the matter.
Okay,
You just
right.
don't know what
So
you're
you see roadkill, yeah, right? They're getting killed by cars as well, right? It's horrible roadkill. It's
the deer populations in the UK are managed using guns.
Okay, but I'm not saying we should eradicate guns.
How
I'm
are
saying
people
they should be
telling
more
me that I don't know what
Let's do what we do in America.
How are people telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about? Because I'm saying that we use guns to control animal populations. Are you guys actually?
Let's just have more restricted things on guns like we do in the UK. If we put that into America, there would be less school shootings, and you can't deny that. If we have gun laws like we do in the UK and we put them into America, you can't deny that there would be less gunfighting.
Do you realize that most school shootings have been done with illegal firearms or illegally obtained firearms? You realize that? You realize it's not legal to take someone else's firearm and use it in a school shooting, and it's also not.
How are we getting these guns? How are we getting these illegal firearms?
The same way people get illegal firearms in the UK, by buying them on the black market, or buying them, or in the UK in the USA, granted, sometimes people take firearms off of people who they're not supposed to take them from, like their parents or whatever, but it's still the case, but that's illegal, so they would be in illegal possession of a firearm. So anytime a person takes a firearm and uses it for a nefarious purpose, they are in illegal possession of a firearm, unless it's their own firearm that has been registered to them. But most crimes are not committed with their own firearm registered to them.
So tell me why there are more school shootings. Well, school shootings in America and more gunfighting. Could you just tell me that? That's all I ask.
Okay, honestly, the reason why I think there's more school shootings is I think it's just a statistical feature. So it's just because there are a lot of shootings, which means that a lot of shootings are going to happen near or on a school campus. It's just reality. It's just like the fact that if there are knives, some people are going to get stabbed. If there are guns, some people are going to get shot. There's definitely.
But why are they happening in schools? Why is this happening in schools?
Because they're going to happen somewhere. So sometimes they're going to happen on school campuses, because a lot of the people that right, let me just block this idiot because he's really getting on my nerves, just trying to shit in my life. A lot of the people,
not me.
A lot of the people, not you. A lot of the people who commit gun violence are young teenagers. So that's why sometimes shootings happen on school campuses.
Okay, so why are they getting to the black market and the UK aren't?
There are guns on the UK black market.
Okay, so why are there less gunfights?
Well, there's more illegal and legal guns in the USA because there are gun manufacturers that make a lot of money manufacturing weapons. That's the truth.
Yeah, exactly, and there aren't in the UK.
To fuel demand,
and they wouldn't manufacture them guns if there were more restricted gun laws. So there.
Yeah, potentially not. You're right.
Exactly.
But at the same time, for the amount of guns there are, the actual rate of gun violence is extremely low. So it's not, the gun violence rate isn't high just because there's a lot of guns.
So you're saying, wait, sorry.
Otherwise, there would be way more gun violence.
Like the whole sentence.
The rate of gun violence isn't high because there's a lot of guns.
Okay, so why? Why is it high in America?
To be honest, I actually think it's high just because there's a lot of criminal gang networks. It's next to one of the most violent countries in the world, which is Mexico. A lot of those criminal networks operate within the United States. It's quite a vast landscape, so it's easy to take over towns for the drug trade. There's a massive demand for illegal and illicit drugs. There's cartels that operate in America. The border is a really good way of facilitating human trafficking and crime. So those are the reasons why I think there's a lot of violence in the United States. Because if you actually look at the profile of who's committing the violence, it's mainly gangs committing violent crime against each other.
Okay, but that's happening in America, and now you're saying America is better than the UK.
Yeah.
So I just googled like most dangerous countries. Mexico nowhere to be seen. Just to let you know.
Countries in terms of violent crime rate, Mexico will be very high.
Yeah, that's what I googled. That's what I googled.
Okay, what countries come up highest?
You know.
Let's see. Violent crime rates by country. Okay, this is 2025. So let's see. So we've got Jamaica, Ecuador, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico is number 5. Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Bermuda, Mongolia. Guns are banned in all of these places.
I put in the exact same.
United States is pretty high though on homicide rate. Sorry, go on.
Exactly. Where's UK? Where's UK?
UK will be pretty low.
Thank you for proving my point. Thank you. I appreciate that.
How have I proved your point? No one.
Because you've just said the UK violence is higher than the UK. That's such a high factor.
I've never said
in
that
countries being better than each other.
No, it's not.
Do you think you'd be safe in the UK, in the USA, than you would in the UK?
No, I've never said that the violent crime rate is lower in the USA. I've always said that the violent crime rate is higher. But for example, I think Mexico is better than the United Kingdom as well, and it's number 5 on the list of the most violent countries.
Would you rather live in Mexico than UK?
100%, yeah.
Okay. Okay, where? Where in Mexico? Like where the drugs are?
Oaxaca, Riviera Maya, Playa del Carmen. A couple places I like. Holbox apparently is pretty good.
Okay. Have you ever
Ciudad
lived
de
anywhere
Mexico.
in the UK other than London?
Yeah, I've lived in London, Nottingham, Leicester. I've lived in 2 different places in London, Nottingham, Leicester. Yeah.
So London.
Oh,
there's some of the,
yeah. Sorry, no, that's it.
Maybe you should live somewhere else in the UK. A lot of places in the UK are more. There's some dangerous places in the UK, like there's dangerous places in America. I just think you need to be more travelled in the UK to be.
I've travelled to almost
honest
every
with you.
city in the UK.
Okay. Like what? But you've not lived
Manchester, Birmingham, Bristol, Sheffield. Like I say, Leicester.
there. But you've not lived
Nottingham,
there. You've
Brighton.
not experienced.
I mean, I've been there a lot of times. Bournemouth.
I've been there a lot of times. I'm a Norwich fan, and I go to most away games in a season.
Felixstowe.
So
I've been everywhere. Cardiff. Like I've been everywhere in the UK, bro. It sucks.
So I'm well travelled in the UK as well. So.
But have you actually travelled in the USA though? That's the question.
I've been to the USA. I have family in the USA.
Where did you go?
They're Ohio.
Okay. What town? Like what city?
Oh, I can't remember now. To be fair on you, but I can remember going to Chicago. They're the 2 places I've been.
What did you think of Chicago?
Pretty chill. It was pretty chill, but there was some stuff going on. I'm not gonna lie to you. I saw a gun.
Did you poo yourself?
No. To be honest with you, I didn't feel comfortable. I'll tell you that for sure.
You didn't feel comfortable because you saw a gun.
It's not something you often see in the UK, which is pretty nice. To be honest with you, do you think it's nice not seeing guns being in people's pockets?
I don't know.
Walking
man.
around the UK.
I like guns quite a lot, so I don't know.
Okay, well, I just think that tells more about you than it does anything else. To be honest with you, mate. Right, I'm gonna let someone else have a go. I've been yapping. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, see ya. Okay. Been nice debating. I enjoy a debate. It's good. See ya.
Okay.
Wait, how do I leave? I've never been.
I'll drop you down, bro. Don't worry. It's cool. Fair play, man. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Someone said, "Dude, there's places in the US that are hellholes compared to some UK cities." Yeah, of course there are. That's why you should move. Let's let some other people on. I would leave this live, but I'm quite enjoying it. So.
Yes, bro.
What's up?
What's your name, by the way? Sorry, sir.
My name's Amma.
My name's Jamie. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice
I
to
can't
meet
lie, bro. I've been listening to this whole thing for like 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
My brain's been hurting. I've been waiting to join this live because some of the points that have been discussed, I know I'm way more educated than a lot of these people.
Okay.
And I'd like to have more of a discussion. But I agree with you in the sense that USA is better than the UK.
Okay.
I mean, there are some things, if you don't mind, I'm going to speak a little bit and then I'll let you talk. That's fine.
Okay.
So in terms of healthcare, people like to bring up the fact that healthcare is free or whatnot in the UK, but it's not really, since we pay massive massive tax in our national insurance for the NHS. So it's not really free. It comes out of our own bills in the same way an American would pay out of their own pockets for insurance. And then in terms of safety, I mean, as you're saying, guns aren't necessarily the cause of all violent crimes. Gangs cause violent crimes. That's why we have a massive problem with knife crime in the UK, because all these youths that don't have, like youth centres or role models or people to help them out, they aren't getting the support they need. And that's why we have this issue in the UK in terms of knife crime. So, I mean, there's some benefits to the UK though. I mean, I guess infrastructure and our public services are a bit better. We have like a national railway service, which I know would be hard to implement in America, but it would also be quite useful for them. That's pretty much it. I mean, do you agree with what I'm saying? And I'd like to know if you have any statistics to back it up.
Generally speaking, yeah. I actually, what I wanted to do is I wanted to find a better index to measure violent crime, because when we were doing the USA thing and USA came up pretty high, it was by homicide rate, and the USA does have quite a high homicide rate. So we've got this one, which is Global Organized Crime Index, and this ranks criminality. So it's got criminal markets, criminal actors, resilient population. So I guess this is a different way of them measuring violent crime, and it's got Myanmar number 1, Colombia number 2, Mexico number 3. So where does the USA rank on this? Let's see. USA seems pretty low, 67. And United Kingdom's ranked higher. So, I don't know. I guess it depends what they're measuring. Obviously, homicide rate, and you can't take it away from people that are making the point about homicide rate. That homicides are very final and, homicide is much worse than a serious assault. But crime rate-wise, it's kind of hard to measure, like, because some crimes are worse than other crimes, isn't it? There's different indexes they're using, like safety index. But I know that the violent crime rate is much higher in the EU.
I think homicides are a bit skewed as well, because most homicides come from marriage, a husband killing a wife or a wife killing a husband.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's the most common cause of a homicide in America.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it might have changed. Last time I saw it.
Nah, it can't be that. It's got to be gang violence. No?
Could be gang violence, actually.
Yeah, it's got to be gang violence.
I know marital differences is up there.
It says the primary underlying factors leading to homicides are arguments or disputes, gang violence, drug-related violence, domestic violence. So it could be. I mean,
arguments and disputes. I mean, that could be linked.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, probably included in that. But even an argument and dispute, that could also be gang violence technically. So quite a wide category. But I mean, if you agree, generally speaking, what did you think of? You said your head was hurting when other people were speaking. Why was your head hurting? What did you think of what they were saying?
It's another point as well where you said that people don't even realize they're brainwashed, and I agree 100%. I went to university. I did 2 years. I dropped out because it pushes forward like this left-wing ideology that people, as you're saying, don't even realize they're getting indoctrinated into. They don't realize that they're being taught something by the government to, like you're saying, get their freedoms removed. Like people agree with the UK government arresting people, and I saw your pinned video as well. Horrible story with your daughter, and the NHS is corrupt to the root, and people who can't see this, they're just living in denial.
Yeah.
And it's nice to live in bliss, because obviously ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if people can't see how rotten this country actually is, then we're just gonna keep going down the spiral.
Bro,
and
the truth is,
it's just hard. Bro.
the truth is, people like yourself, you need to leave this country. Like, you can do everything you can to try and fix
I'm
it.
trying to, bro.
But
I'm
you
trying
need to
my
go. How old
hardest.
are you?
I'm 20, bro.
Bro, you
I'm
need to
20.
get out. You need to get out of this country, bro.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
You look like 28. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You look good for 28, man.
Nah, I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm working on ways to get out of the UK right now. I'm just saving up. I'm trying to get a skill that'll obviously apply for me to able to get into the UK and benefits their economy, because I just seen that their economy is 4 times bigger than ours. There's way more people. There's so much more opportunities. And starting a business in the UK, it's borderline impossible right now.
Do you know an interesting little tactic? Because I don't really give away all the information that I have, only because, like, it's the world, innit? You put information out there, and I'm not trying to be weird, but, like, what you want to look into is the up and coming places in the United States, because one thing that there isn't in the UK is up and coming cities. There's no city that, like, you know, it's 50, 40 years old and now it's got loads of investment, loads of people moving there, and it's becoming bigger and bigger. All there is London. Everywhere else is decrepit. Like, it's just London. So, but in the USA, there's a lot of cities that, like, 50 years ago they were a village, and now they're like bustling, you know, towns where, like, a lot of people are moving to. There's a lot of land. Like, even Trump was even talking about making new cities in the USA. That's how vast it is and how much land there is.
You
So,
never
like,
hear that in the UK.
you would never hear that. This is what I'm saying. So all you have to do is avoid the crime, avoid the, you know, certain people with a certain lifestyle. Go to one of these cities that's, like, up and coming, and, like, bro, I'm telling you, man, you can make a killing. Like, and it's very different as well, because, for example, my auntie, like, she owns land in the USA, and, like, bruv, it hits so different when you're talking to someone who understands USA, they own land, and it's like, I can't even describe the feeling of, like, freedom that it gives you. Like, when someone's telling you, like, yeah, I have 30 acres and I'm going to put horses on it, and then I'm going to try to see if we can do this, and you can go and set up a farm. I own it warranty deed. I have the mineral rights above the land and below the land. Like, I have this land upstate New York. But, like, it's not just about the wealth of it. It's about what you're able to do with your wealth. And it's not just 30 acres. She has hundreds of acres. But, like, it's if you're rich in the UK, it's very difficult to just buy hella land. It's not impossible. And it's a bit difficult to buy hella land and do what you want and really invest, really double down, really build stuff, really make money, like, and really, like, move and shake in a nation, in a big nation. Like, you'll be at some point start to feel stifled, start to feel oppressed by the taxes, start to feel oppressed by the business environment. Like, even when I was working in the UK, I felt that, like, any work, any job, you can't say what you want, but, like, it was oppressive, man. Like, it just feels like you can't say your opinion. Like, everyone's depressed. Like, it's just nah, man. It's just not a place I can live, bro.
Yeah, the UK.
And there's great things about the UK.
Yeah, the UK. Oh, don't get me wrong. I love UK culture. I love the people. I love my community. That I'm from. You know, I think there's very good things about the UK, but one thing I've noticed, everyone's just so defeated.
Yeah.
Like, you walk on the streets and you just see people that got their heads down. No one looks happy. No one smiles anymore. No one stops each other on the streets. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I was like 8, 7 years old. You know, my parents would walk down to the shops and I'd be stuck in the shops for like 30, 40 minutes because my mum's talking to some random auntie I'd never even met before.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I'm finding out she was at, like, my christening or something like that. I'm like, what's going on here then?
Yeah.
You know, he wouldn't do that anymore. And I'm blessed to have that small sense of community. You know, I still feel like I've got a bit of the UK with me.
Yeah.
But it's not like that for everyone else. I mean, I've lived in Nottingham. Nottingham is just degeneracy. I mean, the student life there, bro. Fuck, you know.
I actually like Nottingham. Obviously, they killed my daughter and covered it up, but, like, the actual city is okay. I just didn't realize how corrupt it is as an actual city.
Yeah.
Nottingham and Birmingham, I think, are two of the most corrupt cities in the country.
Nottingham's a good city, but in terms of, like, student life there, I mean, bro, people are on some crazy time. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, someone just mentioned Birmingham Children's as well. That's, you know how I do the healthcare advocacy stuff in the UK. Birmingham Children's is the number one complaint I've had. I'm talking about this is not an exaggeration, over 20 people tell me, oh, my relative was killed by Birmingham Children's, oh, they covered it up, oh, they tried to take my kids. Birmingham Children's is the number one. I've actually even had someone make a complaint to me that they think that Birmingham Children put a hit on their brother and got their brother killed. This is no bullshit. Sorry, go on, bro.
Yeah.
Birmingham City Council, sorry.
I
Sorry,
mean, I'm from Cheshire West, so do you know Lucy Letby? I'm sure you will.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, bro, Lucy Letby was active, killing babies the time my younger brother was born. You know how scary that is? My brother, who's 2 now, bless his soul, he could have been murdered by the corruption in the UK because no one even checks this stuff. No one does background checks.
Do you know what's even scarier? What's even scarier is that Lucy Letby didn't kill their children and they were killed by medical negligence and she's been framed for it. That's even scarier to me. But, let's not get into that discussion. Either way, there's negligence and corruption. I get your point.
Yeah, like I'm saying, it's evil to the core. And it's going to take more than fucking Reform UK, Nigel Farage to fix this.
They're not fixing shit, bro.
Like, nah, they're not. They're not. I mean, people just, they've got no hope and they want to believe in something. And they want to believe in Nigel Farage, but he's not going to save this country.
No.
Like Elon Musk said it himself. He's not got it like that.
He's not smart. He has a good presentation, but he's not sharp. I think whoever needs to save the UK, they have to be smart, but also like in tune with the people. And Nigel, he seems like he's in tune with people, but I don't think he has enough ideas. He doesn't have like the gravitas or the presence of a person that actually can fix the problems in the UK. I feel that he has the ability to get elected through his skills, but I feel that once he gets into the position of power, he won't be able to deliver on the things that he promises.
Yeah, we need like a JFK figure in the UK. That's what we need right now.
Oh, I like that take. Yeah, like a smart person who's very personal.
Yeah, someone who's in tune with like the working class. Because the working class, we're just getting shafted, bro. We're just getting shafted. And also, I want to go back, because as well, I can't lie, lad, this whole time I've just been crashing out listening to this whole live. But, I'm not fucking going into that one. Bro, like, people say gun crime doesn't exist, but there was gun crime in my community. I've seen a gun in the UK. It was the most scary experience of my life. There's fucking, let me not get into the whole story, but, I don't want people recording this and sending it to the police. Fucking hell. But, people act like it doesn't happen. It's just ignorance. People don't live in the real world. And, guns are a deterrent. That's one thing as well. I think you were mentioning how, like, you can't just get rid of guns. Because first of all, if you get rid of guns, the gun trade in the USA is too wide. If they stop making guns, it doesn't matter because the civilians won't have guns and all the criminals will have guns. So what's going to happen? There's just going to be an imbalance of power, and then the National Guard's going to have to get deployed, and then you're going to have like a civil war or something like that.
Yeah.
So whether you like it or not, it's mutually assured destruction.
Yeah. I have kind of a crazy take on this as well, which is that another reason I kind of don't care about the high homicide rate is because I genuinely think sometimes he will get shot because they deserve it. And I know this is going to sound crazy, and most people won't agree with it, but that's okay. But you see, like in the UK, what I've noticed happens a lot is people get away with the most fucked up shit because nobody does anything to them. And I think that what happens a lot in the USA is because they have more balls. When someone does certain shit, they're like, nah, bro, you're getting shot. And I kind of like that. And I know it sounds bad, but I just get the feeling that a lot of the type of people that are able to run around doing stuff with impunity in the UK would get shot in the USA. Yeah. And I like that.
Yeah. I mean, as the saying goes, mess around and find out, Like, if you are doing something and you're acting in a certain way, you're in a certain area, if you get shot, it's kind of your fault. Just stay away from that area. It's common sense, keep yourself to yourself, keep on your own stride, and then you're gonna, survive. Just stay away from the roughness and the darkness, and then it won't overtake you.
Yeah, like being in Mexico, that was like one of the best experiences of my life. Like I used to just ride around on a quad bike, like with my shirt off. I used to go through all like different hoods and just different places. Like I was there for a while, like maybe like 5-6 months in total. And like, bro, that shit just changed everything about how I viewed the world. Like just having that level of freedom. And then it just made me realize, like, bruv, you can't live life scared of violent crime. Like that's just That
no.
mentality, bro, like, you're gonna miss out on so much beauty in the world. Like, what, you're not gonna go to Africa, a lot of places in Africa, because of violent crimes bad. Like, if you're that scared, like, you might need to look into yourself and be like, bro, like, am I just a pussy?
Yeah.
Because there's so many places where the people might be violent, but if you are able to adapt and learn, and you understand humans and you understand freedom, you're gonna have the greatest time of your life. But if you're just like, oh, the crime rate's high, like, you're gonna miss out on so much human experience. You can't be free without risk.
Yeah, exactly. Perfectly said. I think I'm a believer in most people are good per se. I mean, I feel like people aren't always good or bad. Everyone's kind of grey, but most people will be nice. Most people are quite welcoming, especially in Africa. I've never been, but I've got loads of friends who are black, and their culture is so welcoming. They're so friendly. There's so much beyond family. Like, people won't be related, but you'll call them auntie, uncle, cousin, even though you're not related by blood. But it's like a huge, massive community, and I like that. I feel like having people that look out for each other is something that we're missing in the UK once again. People don't look out for each other. We're in like a dog-eat-dog world. Everyone's so individualistic, and no one looks out for the little guy anymore. No one's just trying to chase something that they can't even get anymore.
Nah, that's facts, bro. But you're gonna make it, though. I'm gonna have to drop you down because we got a lot of people requesting. But
Course,
I appreciate
bro.
that. And a lot of this stuff, guys, by the way, if you're watching, follow us on YouTube. We're at State of Deception on YouTube. So just State of Deception, but with the @ sign at the front. And you'll be able to follow the links in the bio as well. So all of these conversations and videos and all of our reaction videos will be available on YouTube as well. So I'm just gonna drop you down. Thanks though, bro. Okay. Ash, you're about to get kicked out by Homegrown. Let me bring you up.
No.
Hello, what's up?
Hello. Not much. So, first I'd like to hear your reasons on why you think USA is better than UK.
Because I want to be free, baby. I'm proud to be an American. Or at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the ones who died to give that right to me. And I'd rather stand up next to you and protect her here today.
That's some lovely singing, my guy.
And there ain't no doubt I love this land. Yeah, that's
In all
right.
seriousness, so the only reason you think America is better because you've got freedom, more freedom.
More freedom, more economic opportunity, and bad bitches.
Okay, so I believe England is better than America because we have produced some of the best rock and roll, such as the Beatles, Stones, Zeppelin, Queen, Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, Arctic Monkeys, etc. We've also got vastly better healthcare, and it's free of charge, so anybody in any financial situation could go through healthcare without having to go into massive amounts of debt. We live on average 2 years longer than an American, and we have better social welfare, and the UK suicide rate per capita is half of the amount of that in the USA. Any questions so far?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You said that the healthcare system is better.
I didn't say it was better, I said it's free. Therefore, anybody in the UK could access it at any time, no matter their financial situation.
So, do you think that it is better?
I couldn't say personally, as I haven't experienced American healthcare, but you guys do have to pay for it. Therefore, I do think it is somewhat statistically better because more people could access it when they need it.
So everybody can access healthcare in the United States. It's just you might get a bill afterwards.
But that's where the difference is. We don't have to pay, so no matter what your financial situation is, your health is looked after by the government.
But everybody can access healthcare in the USA. You realise that?
If they don't have the money, they cannot. They'd be
Yeah,
put
they
into
can
debt.
because they'll get treated first. It's illegal for them to not treat them. And
yeah.
I wanted to bring up something to you that you might not be aware of. Did you? Because you make the point that people can't access healthcare, implying that they're going to suffer health. They're going to be at detriment because of their lack of ability to access healthcare, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that you're 13 to 24 times more likely to die on an NHS waiting list than you are to die because you don't have health insurance in the United States. Did you know that?
I did not.
What do you think of that?
Quite interesting. Thank you for enlightening me on that information. It didn't come up on the website I was looking at.
Why do you think that nobody knows that?
Just because it's not put down on the websites where they explain over here.
So for the American viewers as well, this is something, because this doesn't exist in the United States. So I want people to know what this is, and then I want to see maybe what people think about it and what you think about it. So there's something called the NHS waiting list, which means that when you actually want to get treated, even though they say it's free, you can't get the treatments when you actually want it. So what they talk about when they say healthcare is when you go to the professional and they say what's wrong. They act as though that's you getting healthcare. But the actual healthcare is when you actually get the treatment you need, like the surgery or whatever like that. So serious treatment. Obviously, if it's not serious, then you wouldn't be waiting on a waiting list anyway. So the backlog on the waiting list in the NHS is 7.46 million. 7.46, 1/10 of the population in the UK is waiting for healthcare treatment. 1/10 at any given time. So when you talk about people not being able to access healthcare, there are more people on the NHS. There's a greater percentage of people on the NHS waiting list than there are that don't have health insurance in the UK, by far, in the USA, by far, which means that more people are actually waiting for healthcare, or percentage-wise, in the UK than they are in the USA. So how do they have better accessibility to healthcare if they're waiting for it?
I'm not entirely sure, to be fair. I was genuinely just going off the fact that we don't have to go into crippling debt to take care of ourselves.
But then you're risking death.
But however, if it gets to that point, they do move you up the waiting list to the top of the waiting list, depending
How do
on
they know
the
how do they know who's most likely to die? They don't. That's why.
Because you go in for checkups.
No, you're waiting.
You go in for checkups, though. They schedule checkups.
But it's not easy to determine who's going to die and who's not going to die for an elective surgery. So people are dying on the waiting list. A lot of people, like as in a lot. Like, I think I've even got the numbers. It's like one of the leading causes of death in the UK. Like, hold on. So again, like, what's the point? Yeah. So, do you know that there has been, and this is real numbers. I've got the sources here. Between 120 and 340,000 deaths on NHS waiting lists in 2022. The 120k. This is how they actually got the data. So the 120k number is from 83 responses out of 223 trusts. So they asked the NHS trust how many people from your trust died that were on the waiting list for treatment, and 83 trusts responded out of 223. So the lower bound number is basically the number when you don't factor in what's it called? When you don't factor in well, that's the actual number of responses multiplied to the 223. Then Labour asked 138 trusts. This is the Labour party. How many patients had died during 2022? And 35 trusts responded, saying that 30,611 deaths had occurred. So you can either use the 120k number or the 340k number. Both of those are based on not getting the full number of responses and then rounding up. But the minimum number is 120k.
Okay.
So do you think that those people are gonna be like, what about the fact that they had accessibility to healthcare but they didn't get it? Where do we account for that? Because we mentioned 8% of people in the USA not having insurance, but they can still get emergency treatment. They can still get emergency Medicaid, even if they have no insurance at all, right? And then 92% are insured, meaning that they're eligible for Medicaid or they have private health insurance, they're not waiting like that for treatment.
Well, I didn't realise that information. I did not take it into account, so my apologies. You have proven that USA does have mildly better healthcare.
Well, I haven't even finished, because in reality, they're also responsible for 40% of the medical technology developments in the world. They're responsible for the majority of medical research. They have most of the best hospitals in the world. So, if not for the US healthcare system, the NHS would collapse.
Fair enough. Okay. So if we were to move on to a different point, it is proven to be safer to live in the UK over the US because you guys have a 1.74% increase in crime rates. Not to mention, in 2023 there was a list put out of what the most peaceful nations are, and UK was listed 37th on that list, whereas America was ranked 131st. So
how are they measuring peacefulness?
It does not say, it just gives me the list.
Okay. So, one sec. So, the crime rate is definitely higher in the USA. The violent crime rate is higher. Oh, hold on one sec. So, let's look at what the likelihood of a person being a victim of violent crime, and also bear in mind that in the UK, a violent crime is considered to be, even pushing someone is considered to be a violent crime in the UK, whereas I don't think it's counted like that in the USA. So there's a significantly higher violent crime rate. However, in terms of determining crime, I think that people are more likely to press charges in the USA because you can press charge. They usually say to you, do you want to press charges? Whereas in the UK, the CPS makes a charging decision. So there's different things that affect the likelihood of a person to be able to get a conviction against someone that does something to them. In the UK, there's things that suppress it and things that increase the likelihood. And in the USA, there's things that suppress it and increase the likelihood. So bear in mind that these are just numbers, by the way, but we can still just try and use the numbers. So in the United States, there's approximately 364 violent crime incidents per 100,000 people. So you have about a 3.6% likelihood of being victim of a violent crime. In the UK, you have about a 1.2%. So we're looking at about 3 times higher for these numbers, 3 times higher likelihood of being a victim of violent crime. So, but still less than, 4% for both countries, less than even 2% for the UK. Do you think that that is enough to stop you, for example, from moving to a place?
Yes, I would never move to America personally, just because I've also got a political view on not wanting to move to America.
Let me guess, you're against the fact that abortions are banned in some states.
It's not actually the abortion thing that bothers me. The political stance.
What is it?
It's just the person who was elected to rule the country, Trump himself, and what he's done and what has been proven against him has bothered me greatly.
What's been proven against him?
I'm not going to have a political debate because this isn't a political debate. But if you can search up, and there is proof against the fact that he did sexually assault multiple women. Trump. What about Trump?
Did you look into that case? Did you ever read into that case?
I did for a bit, and I also watched through a lot of other debates.
So what was the evidence that convinced you that he did it?
I can't remember the website, but I was going through this with somebody else I had a political debate with, where there was mugshots, there was the receipts from when he was in court and how it was proven that he did such things, all of the accusations and people having the proof against him.
But you know that it was in a civil court, right? So that's not the same as being convicted in a criminal court. You know that, right? And the evidence presented in the civil case was a picture of him standing next to the woman and statements from the woman's friend saying that she told them that he did it. That's not exactly strong evidence, is it?
Fair.
Like, do you think that, let's say, for example, I say that you SA'd me, and then I say, look, you SA'd me, here's a picture of us together, and then they get my friends to come to the stand, and my friends say, yeah, she SA'd him. Is that evidence that you SA'd me?
I suppose not, especially as I do not know you.
So what convinces you so much that Trump did it, whereas you wouldn't be so convinced that someone, like, had done it in those circumstances that I just gave you?
Because it isn't just one person against Trump.
Yeah, it's like if I got two of my friends as well to say it to you.
But there is so many women that varied across America that have made claims against Trump. But it's not just that bothers me about him, it's the way he talks about his daughter as well. The way he sexualizes his daughter, and he's done that on video. It is posted around everywhere.
XX chromosome people suffer from hysteria a lot. And they're more likely to make wild allegations against someone. Because of the way that they socialize, they're more likely to make allegations against someone if they see that other people are doing it. Because they retrospectively change their memories based on how they feel about the person. And you can even observe this in normal social environments. Like, if a girl was like, oh, that guy's nice, and then all of her friends say, oh no, he did this, he's crazy, he's weird. Most of the time, her opinion will change about that guy because they're much more social. So you can't really use the fact that lots of people are accusing someone anyway. You can't use the fact that lots of people are accusing someone to as justification for why they're right, because there's other
the way he talks about women in general, it just proves that he's a disgusting person.
Why?
Who the actual fuck sexualizes their daughter? He talks about women in so many disgusting ways. Just look up all of his interviews about it. It's literally him talking about so many different women in sexual ways, saying what he would do to them. It is disgusting.
Why is it disgusting? Why is male sexuality disgusting to you?
Why would you do it? Because the way he sexualized his daughter, saying if she wasn't my daughter, I would totally fuck her. No.
I don't think he said the F. I don't think he said the F word, did he? Why did you have to lie about that part?
Because I don't know the exact quote, but he did say he would have sex with his daughter.
He said he would have S with his daughter, or did he say he would date her?
He said he would have sexual intercourse with his daughter.
Really?
He did, yes. And you can look up the interviews. He has admitted it multiple times.
Okay.
I don't know why you're laughing. It is well-known facts.
Why are you thinking in such a perverse way about someone complimenting their daughter? Do you not think that makes you weird?
That isn't.
This is what I mean about XX hysteria. Like, this is hysterical behavior right now.
This is hysterical behavior.
Yeah, because you know that. Because this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what you guys do. Like, someone says something and then you pretend that they're saying something that they're not saying and get mad at the thing that they didn't say. And that's why I wouldn't take the fact that lots of women accuse the guy as evidence that they did something, because of the hysteria part of things. Like,
yeah, because
that's hysterical.
Hysteria. Facts are hysterical.
You're being hysterical right now.
How?
Because
I'm being very
you're pretending that he's saying something that he's not saying and then getting mad at something that
but
you know
I'm not.
he
said
you just said he said he would F his own daughter, but you know he didn't say that. So why are you trying to get mad at something that didn't happen?
But he did say that. He said he would sleep with his daughter.
Did he say sleep with?
Literally look at the video, man.
No, but did he say
he
say
said
sleep
he would have
with?
sexual intercourse with his daughter.
Did he say sexual intercourse?
Yes.
So you swear by that? Like, you're definitely not exaggerating or lying. He definitely said he would have sexual intercourse with his daughter, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. And you're not being hysterical at all?
I am not being hysterical.
Okay.
I am sat here very calm. I think you'll find.
Well, I mean hysterical in reference to creating a fake scenario in your head and then getting mad at the fake scenario, which is very common.
You think that's common? No.
Yeah, it is common. Like, I'm 28, bro. I've dealt with a lot of people.
I'm telling you the facts that I have seen.
Like, this is like what my girlfriend does. Like,
okay. That's crazy, man.
I'm just saying. I'm not a hateful person. I just describe things that are objective, to me, objective about human behavior. Like, it is objective that men socialize using competition and hierarchies to a much more in a much more overt and obvious way, and females tend to socialize in a different way, which typically involves fantasies about people's behavior and gossip and things like that.
So are you saying we tend to not live in the real world through our minds? We make stuff up to seem more appealing?
I would use the word hysterical, and I wouldn't say that everybody does it, but I would say that that is a feature. And I'm not saying that it's bad or good. I'm just saying that it's a feature that means that if a lot of people made an allegation, I wouldn't think.
Quite often as well.
Hold on. I'm just saying, it's a feature that I've observed very often. That means that if a lot of women said something, I wouldn't think that just because a lot of women said it, it means it's true. I would look at the evidence, and it could be true.
And there is evidence.
No, there isn't, unfortunately.
There is evidence. Just look at it properly, dearie.
I don't have to, because I can already tell that it didn't happen because I've already looked into it before, and I can see that you are being hysterical because you haven't actually watched the video yourself. That's why you don't know what he said, but then you're still adamant that he did say it, which is weird.
Because he did say it. I have seen the videos. I have watched the interviews.
He said sexual intercourse.
I'm not sure if those are the exact words he used.
Does it matter if he didn't use that word? Like, is saying date different from saying sexual intercourse?
I'm not on about that interview. In another interview, he said that he would have sex with his daughter.
If he said date, is that different from saying sexual intercourse?
Yes, but he said date in a different interview to the one I'm on
I'm
about.
just asking, if he said date, is it different?
I've already answered that question.
You haven't answered it. Is it different?
I did. I said
you
yes.
haven't answered it. You don't know what
I
if
have.
is. No, if is a conditional statement. I'm creating a hypothetical scenario. If he said date, is that different from saying sexual intercourse?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So if he didn't say sexual intercourse, then you don't think that he did say that he slept with his daughter?
He said sexual intercourse in a different interview to the one
Should we try and
others
find it?
are referencing.
If I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. Will you admit you're wrong if you're wrong?
Yes, I would admit wrong if I was wrong, but I know I'm not. I've seen the videos, I have heard the interviews.
Okay, so we've got an article here. This is Yahoo about the video that you're talking about.
Yahoo!
Trump said he would date Ivanka if she wasn't his daughter. I've said if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. So did he say sexual intercourse or did he say date?
He said sexual intercourse in a different interview of where he was in a van with somebody else. You couldn't see his face, but they were recording him.
And he said, I would have sexual intercourse with my daughter.
Yes, he did.
And you've seen a video of this.
I have seen the video
And you're
multiple
definitely
times.
not lying.
I am not lying.
And you think it's weird that I don't believe it when people make false allegations against, when certain chromosome people make allegations against people. You think that it's weird that I'm skeptical when you're just sat here doing exactly the behavior that I described as hysterical.
How am I being hysterical?
I'm saying that because we can get up the definition as well. So hysteria. So hysteria is an uncontrollable outburst of emotion, often characterized by irrationality and excessive fear or excitement, or it's considered also ungovernable emotional excess. Hold on, let's get a proper definition because there's different.
So how
exaggerated or
Not right
uncontrollable emotional excitement, or an old-fashioned concern for a disorder characterized by neurological symptoms, often accompanied by exaggeratedly or inappropriate emotional behavior. So I would argue that it's hysterical because you emotionally feel a need to be right because it satisfies your self-image, and it's exaggerated because you're exaggerating the facts of a case in order to make yourself feel.
But
like
I'm
you're
not
correct.
exaggerating. And if you were to read the comments, there are multiple people backing what I have said.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 16.
Okay. Do you think maybe it's because you're young that... Because I remember once I called up LBC 97.3 and I said I saw a bear in Epping Forest because I just wanted attention.
No.
Well, I didn't know you were 16, so anyway, let's get somebody else on. Nice speaking to you, though. Someone said age doesn't matter. I mean, it kind of does matter, doesn't it? This feels like I'm watching Baddies. Baddies! Post for me. No, tell me. How does that song go? What's up, Hope?
What's up? How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Just wanted to say a few things. So, firstly, I mean, we can talk about like which I prefer to live in. Like for context, I'm a Catholic, so you know, a lot of the kind of social views I definitely agree with over in America. Definitely more of a lenient in terms of a Christian country. Just to make that context clear. However, I think metrically and objectively, the UK is a better country.
Okay.
We can rank that in terms of the press freedom index, the democracy index, our CO2 emissions, our crime index per capita. In terms of our basic education, we can go through some of these.
Democracy index as determined by whom?
Yeah, so this is just a world data that they analyze in terms of different political systems and different democratic systems, and how well they kind of rank in terms of a fuller, freer and fair elections. Obviously, we have in the United States, they have the Electoral College. That's obviously going to influence some of that. When we're looking at like democracy, we know that, for example, in the United States, they don't go off the popular vote, right? It will be off the Electoral College.
Why would
so
you?
Obviously that has an impact.
Why would you be using that as a metric to determine if a country's better if it's not actually a democracy and it's a republic?
Yeah, so I would say that in terms of it being a republic at a federal level, we can look at that. But I mean, if we're looking at locally, like when I say objectively, I'm looking at like, say there was person A in the United States and then say that there was person B in the UK, who would metrically have a better life? So if we're looking at person A in the United States, obviously they would be living in a state, right? And we know federally they run as a republic, but in terms of their kind of state, that is run more democratically.
Okay.
Yeah, so in terms of the average person, they would feel as though they were in more of a democracy as opposed to if they were like working in the federal government.
And you're saying that the states on average rank lower than the UK for democracy?
Yes.
And what are they using to determine the level of democracy?
Yeah, so it combines information on the extent to which citizens can choose their political leaders in free and fair elections, enjoy civil liberties, prefer democracy over other political systems, can and do participate in politics, and have a functioning government that acts on their behalf.
And how are they determining, like, what are they measuring to determine that the USA is ranking lower? Like, give me some factors that play into the ranking that each state gets.
Yeah, I mean, I can't pull it up necessarily on here. This is just like I compiled like a metric list of everything.
Because you mentioned civil liberties, for example, right?
Yes.
So, do you think that people in the UK have better civil liberties? I'm a bit confused.
Again, this is just going off of like metric numbers. I don't really do the whole like, would I feel like I live better here? Or would I feel like I live better there? I prefer to look at these metrically. You're saying that
someone ranked the USA, but you're not ranked the states. But how can we know how much weight to give this ranking if we don't know what the ranking is actually measuring? It's just,
yeah, again, which
it's
is
like
why,
if I just said freedom index, USA has a better freedom index. Like, okay, what are they measuring to measure freedom index? Like, are they measuring like the ability of people to speak freely and act freely, or the incarceration rate? Like, we need to know what this metric is actually taking into consideration.
Yeah, so again, it's taking into consideration those things in themselves. I mean, I've got the website up right here. It's ourworldindata.org.
Our World in Data, okay. Our World in Data.
Mm-hmm.
And what?
Of course, we're free to, yeah. And I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay. Okay, so let's look it up. So, we've got Economic Intelligence Unit, combines information on the extent to which they can choose their political leaders. Okay. But it's still not giving actual metrics on what they're ranking, or is it? Democracy features, what is this? Democracy and so is this just a ranking given by them where they've just chosen, like, what have they used?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, this is all, like, we can, and I'm glad you brought up
dudes that just got together and said, Like, what did they rank? It's not even saying what they ranked. It says
It does it from a scale of 0 to 10.
But who's ranking it? And
yes, so this is by the Economist Intelligence.
But what? That's what I'm saying. Is it just a bunch of dudes saying, "I give the USA a 7 for this. I give it like what
right,
are they
but
actually
arguably
ranking?"
That's how all of our metric data works, does it not?
No,
Like
it's not.
It's how a vast majority. Like if we're gonna look
it's
at,
not.
for example, like somebody brought up the peace index. For example, when we're looking at the peace index, yes, that takes into account things like military expenditure and other things that we can like objectively measure, but also a lot of it is self-reported. For example, like
this isn't even self-reported. This is a bunch of dudes that just got together and decided to rank all the countries, and they're not even telling us what metrics they actually use to give the ranking. That's completely different from an objective measurement or a self-reported measurement.
Right, but all I'm saying is when I brought the democracy index up is that if we're looking at like how citizens can choose their political leaders in free and fair elections, and I obviously brought into factor the context of the kind of different systems which work federally and both at a state level. But we can move on to something else if you don't want to press on this.
It's not that I don't want to press. It's just that we're already at a brick wall with it, because if you can't just say, "Oh well, my friend said that USA is a 7 out of 10." We need to know who's ranking it. It says, okay, the extent to which they can do this, but we don't know how they've actually come up with a ranking for free and fair elections. How they've come up with a ranking for enjoy civil liberties or prefer. Like, what's this? Prefer democracy over other political systems. So one of the rankings is how much people prefer democracy over other political systems, which is obviously not going to be as high in a country that's a constitutional republic, right?
Right, but the same way we could look at, like, for example, like China. The majority of people in China aren't going to be...
Anyway, let's move on, because we don't really have a way of...
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. Like I said, I kind of gathered these very briefly, so I'm happy to talk about them and scrutinize them.
Yeah, okay.
In any way that we can. I mean, in general, our life expectancy is higher. We're at 81, they're at 76.
No, it's 79, I think, in USA now.
Oh, okay, maybe, like I said, I've literally, like, I saw your live now, I'm going to pull the numbers.
It's gone up quite a lot, I think, in the past, 4 or 5 years.
Our health expenditure per capita is less. We're at 5,000, and the USA is at 12,000. Obviously, our healthcare system ranks higher overall. I know you were having quite an in-depth conversation with the previous guest, about that.
Ranks higher based on what?
Yeah, let me pull that up. The healthcare system, because we're in like the top 20, I think.
The only reason why the UK always ranks highly in health systems is because they use accessibility as a metric, and in a socialized healthcare system, everybody has accessibility. You can't just like kiss your own ass, like, not you, but like, oh yeah, accessibility. Let's choose the system that the only real good thing about it is accessibility. Ignore the waiting list. Ignore the fact that the other metrics are all bad, and it's just silly. But
right, but this is why I agree. This is why I agree with you. This is why we should have whenever we take any sort of, because like I said, like I know the previous guest kind of was a bit like feely about it, but I don't like that, because I could easily, like, for example, I could live in like, I don't know, like a third world horrific country and still self-report that I'm happier, right? But objectively, if you were to compare that with somebody who was living like an average woman in the United States, middle class, even though we could both tick like we're really happy, are we both actually metrically living in the same conditions, right? So I think that, you know, we need to look at these numbers like not based on feelings or self-reported, and again, like scrutinize and be nuanced about what factors go into these.
Which country would you rather live in?
I would rather live in the UK.
And why?
As it stands current. I think
presumably it's not because of the metrics. Like you would have some kind of feeling or like something personal to you that means that you'd more like. So let's take away family and friends. Like, what is it about the UK that as a young woman you're like, yeah, this is what makes it work for me?
Yeah, so I would say, firstly, I think access to basic education is better in the UK. I would say that, for example, I would say in terms of the field in which I want to go into, I would say the career opportunity is better.
What field is that?
Yeah, I want to be a political scientist, like a policy analyst.
And what? So you're saying it's better to be a policy analyst in
Yeah, well, I would have more opportunities in the UK than I would in the United States.
More job opportunities?
Yeah.
And how did you determine that?
Yeah, because firstly, like, obviously this is going to come down to the fact that, like, you know, I've studied the US Constitution, but, like, me sitting there as a person from the UK, being a policy analyst in the United States, would like to see how that would go down. Secondly, just in terms of, yeah, like, again, practicality, like,
Political analyst. Says the political analyst job market in the USA is larger with a broader range of opportunities in government agencies, private sector firms, and non-profit organizations. The salaries are higher. Seems like you'd do better doing that in the USA.
right, but we also need to take into account the fact that, like, for example, if I wanted to be a policy analyst in the UK, well,
You mean
yes, I
analyst,
could kind of do
right?
that. Pardon?
You keep saying analyst, but you mean like analyst, right?
Analyst, yeah, sorry. Like, it's super late, apologies. But,
Yeah.
no, but, like, if I wanted to be if I wanted to, like, do that in the UK, well, obviously, like, yeah, I could work at a local level or work for a private company, but, like, I don't have the, like, we need to also look at the fact that the United States, when we're looking at it, is a collection of states which all have their own, like, run kind of local governments, right? And then they have, like, then they'll have 3 branches of government in which I can work in. Like, this is all down to the differences in structure of government, right?
No, like, just generally speaking, you can be a political analyst that works for the government or doesn't work, but the job opportunities will be better in the USA, as they are for almost every job. In fact, I think, I haven't ever heard of a job where it would be better to be in the UK than the USA. Maybe like a school teacher or something.
But yeah, again, as I said, like, I think as well, like, we can argue that, like, metrically, I'm pretty sure the US do better in higher education anyway, in terms of their, like, top schools. But obviously, like, funding and grants are much harder to access over there.
In the USA?
Yes.
No, there's more funding and grants in the USA by far. And
Is there?
scholarships. Yeah, I was actually reading into this like 2 days ago. I was comparing private education and public education in the USA and the UK. I didn't actually realize that private education is cheaper in the USA also. And typically speaking as well, the local colleges and universities cost the same as university costs in the UK. So you can, for around the $10,000 mark, you can go to a local college or university, $10,000 per year. Now, granted, usually they have, I think it's 4-year college courses, so might be a bit higher, but obviously $10,000 is less than £9,000, so it's about the same.
And obviously, like, yeah, and obviously as it stands now, like, if I were to, like, take all of my money over to the United States, like, to balance it out, like, I would come out with more dollars, right? Like, you know, the pound is technically at this current moment in time, like, worth more than the dollar. But I think, like, for example, like, I have family relatives. I have family relatives in Texas and North Carolina.
Yeah.
For example, like, my family member in Texas lives very happily. My family members in North Carolina would say probably differently. I think there's a lot of disparity amongst the
Where
states.
do they live in North Carolina?
They live, like, on the kind of... I'm trying to describe it. They live kind of northwest of North Carolina, so we're looking at
Charlotte.
So, like, yeah, like, looking more at closer up there.
Okay.
But, like, yeah, I think that for me, like, there's a lot of disparity between the states. I also don't particularly like the political divisiveness. I think that's greater in the United States than it is in the UK.
Yeah, because everyone thinks the same in the UK.
I disagree with that.
Everyone thinks the same. On all the stuff that matters, they all think the same.
Because, like, for example, like, there's a lot of, like, policy that I disagree with that's going through currently or has been passed that I know a lot of other people disagree with that might not be, like, common opinion, but again, that could be down to my religious stance, but...
Oh, yeah. Don't you, like, disagree with a lot of the stances in the UK, like, like abortion and stuff, because you're a Catholic?
Yep, abortion, euthanasia, capital punishment, all of these things I disagree with, yeah. But capital punishment is also something that's actually legal in some states in the USA. So I'd have to go to the state in which. But though I will say, like, for example, like, a good thing about the USA is that, like, you can pick a state that very much aligns to you and live there.
What state would you
That is a
pick?
good thing. I would probably pick. I'd definitely probably pick one of the southern states. Like I said, I have a relative in Texas who is very happy.
Whereabouts
Lives
in Texas are they?
not far outside of Dallas.
Like DFW area. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and then like Louisiana, I've heard some good things about. I'd like to go there.
Interesting.
I'd probably stay away from some of the northern states.
Why?
Just in terms of like, I like that. I mean, economically, they do worse.
The northern states.
Some of them, yes. Like if we're looking at like cities, for example, in like a northern state, like. I mean, if we're looking at like traditionally blue states, for example, in the USA, we know that like metrically their cities are worse.
Yeah, but but they have better like wages and job opportunities and stuff mostly in the blue states, like Massachusetts, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Minneapolis obviously mainly, Midwest. So you got Chicago, Illinois.
Right, I would not want to live in Chicago.
No, neither would I. But I'm just saying, like the blue states do have a lot of job opportunities as well.
Right, yeah, but I think I would like my quality of life, like on a self-reported kind of note, would be better in the South than it would in the North.
You should move there. You could probably find a nice husband in a southern state, and then you'll realize that it's better.
I suppose. I think
because you're religious,
like,
you're almost there.
I don't know. Maybe I am too. Like, maybe I do have too much of a psychological bias to the UK.
Yeah, you do. Especially as a Catholic. Thanks for the gifts. Especially as a Catholic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, but this country also has like a, as much as it's kind of been overhauled by the Anglicans, it does have like a richer history of Catholicism as opposed to like the United States.
Yeah, I don't really like Catholicism. I was raised Catholic, but I'm not religious anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I don't think, to be fair, like Catholicism isn't actually even that popular in the United States either. It's definitely Catholicism as a thing. Don't get me wrong, but like it's a lot more like evangelical Christian and Protestant.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, my family's Italian anyway. Like, my family came to the UK. So, like, as a Catholic, I would probably do better in Italy anyway. But
I heard there's a lot of bureaucracy in Italy.
yeah, Italy's political system is kind of like it's mid, bordering on like terrible, I'd say. But this is like one of the issues I take with like proportional representation. Like, I think first past the post has its own issues, but proportional representation, there's just too many coalitions, too many elections. It all gets very confusing.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice talking to you. I'm getting kind of tired because like I've been on live for literally like I've been on live for 4.5 hours. So.
Oh wow. But no, I debated you about the NHS once, and
Yeah, you sounded familiar. I was like, I swear I spoke to this girl, but I speak to so many people on here now that.
Yeah, no, and I always appreciate your debates. You take a reasonable, justified view, so I always appreciate that.
Oh, I think I have a clip of you actually I think I got a clip of you when yeah, because all of the lives get recorded, and then I had this thing called Opus, which it automatically clips up everything. So I've got like that sounded weird when I said that, but it's got like a clip of me speaking to you, but I didn't post it. But I'm gonna be doing loads of different posts soon of like content, so you might show up on there because I think it was because you put quite a good argument together. But okay, all right.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, and have a good night.
All right, take care. Okay, thank you everybody for watching. I've been live for ages. This live is gonna again get chopped up like everything else and gonna get put online. Just wait, I promise I've got some good content coming for you guys. I have been on for a really long time. Thank you everyone in the YouTube chat, YouTube gang guys. Make sure you follow us on YouTube at State of Deception. You can watch all the lives back, and you can also watch the videos that we're going to put out. So just subscribe and then you'll see all the content coming out soon. It doesn't take nothing. So if you guys are watching the live right now, you might as well just tap the screen. Not tap the screen to like, but You see at the top there, you see here, it says watch on YouTube at State of Deception. Like, realistically, how hard is it going to be for you to go on my YouTube and write State of Deception and press subscribe? Because I got other videos that come out, and I want to put out like more videos. We got a video. Oh, one of my videos got 788 views. That's nice. That's nice. We're getting somewhere, aren't we? One of them's got 291. So come on, help me build this platform. Okay, see you later, guys. And then we're gonna end the live just now. And then actually we got quite a few gifts on that live. Okay, yeah, thanks for everybody as well in the live chat on YouTube. We got 5 viewers, guys. You guys form the bedrock of the State of Deception live. Okay, are we live again tomorrow? Probably. Peace.